Hi everybody, returned back a day late. Sorry about that. I just had so many screenshots to capture, but I'm back with the GoldenEye review. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Which I've got to admit, it is one of Pierce Brosnan's best James Bond films. Probably the best, even though he doesn't have any gadgets in his car. So, well, he does, but he don't get to use them. So yeah, it's a bit like. But loads of action though, loads of action. Got mostly Piers Brosnan and this shit. Sean Bean. Yeah, it's sort of like did a pretty good job because the end fight scene, the being actors and that, they really did a good job though. Made sure like the stuntmen didn't have to do that much, apart from like really tough stunts. Hmm. Yeah. So yep, there's the cast. Pretty decent cast and all. Got some good actors in it and that. And Pierce Brosnan probably fucking like um was happy with Sean Bean being like um Alec Trevelyan because he proper really goes for it in that. And so when Pierce Brosnan's first outing as James Bond, he wanted to like show, like, oh yeah, I can kick some ass and that. So Sean Bean, good opponent, because Sean Bean, he like most actors, male actors do, or even female, probably so, but they got no chance. No chance of me watching it. But anyway, they always go to see if they can get the James Bond role, as long as they're near the 6 foot mark. Or Robber. And then you got Pierce Brosnan as James Bond and Famke Janssen as Xena on the top, even though it's spelled with an X. It is supposed to be Xena, or pronounced Xena. And then Isabella Sculptor, who played Natalia um, Simnopita, that's what her name is, and Sean Bean. Judy Dench plays the first female M. And then Alan Cummings, who's like a British actor in that, who plays Boris, does a good job. Robbie Coltrane as Valiant, and that he does a good job. British actor in that. And Minnie Dara's Aria. I think she might be the fat lass which played it. Well, then you got Serena Gordon, who played Caroline, who's one of Bond's shags. Because it's a two shagger, in case you was wondering. Nearly a three shagger, but Xena on the top is a bit crazy for even Bond. He's like, no, fuck that. But yeah, fucking great, like a great fucking film. Fucking masculine as fuck, because it was like, oh yeah, we need to get fucking Bond back into an action and that. We're not gonna fucking do some fucking Buffy fucking fighting. We're gonna have some fucking good masculine action fighting. Yeah. Gottfried John and all plays Colonel Omarov. Oh, it says Omarov, but you spelled it wrong there. So I think it's from the film. And then Tom Pevner, I think he's with the team because Barbara Broccoli and all, they're like with the producers and that shit. So they didn't sound the film. Yeah. And then Tekli Carrier, who plays the defense minister called Dintry Mishkin. And then Joe Dom Barker as Jack Wade. Oh, I'm sure he played fucking in the last fucking Bond film, which was obviously not the one I reviewed, but the License to Kill. I think he played the bad guy in that, but he's playing a different character. I thought it'd be the Felix Leiter, but no, got Jack Wade. So Felix Leiter's probably like, because like he didn't, it wasn't in America. It was like mostly in Russia. So Felix Leiter would have been out of place. And then Samantha Bond, who plays Miss Moneypenny, because it's a new Miss Moneypenny, because there was a new Miss Moneypenny in the Timothy Dalton. So it's a new Miss Moneypenny in Bond. And then Desmond Llewellyn as Q. Michael Kitchen as Bill Tanner, who's like a defense minister. And Michelle Arthur plays Anna, who's Robbie Coltrane's Valiant girlfriend, I think, in that. Or fiance. Yeah. And then Billy J. Michaels as the Admiral. I don't know what, but he's like what the Admiral who gets his fucking like lungs crushed and that bad and over the top. And Simon Cruz and Trevor Bayfield, Ravi Islov and Pavel Douglas and Constantine Gregory, Peter Meyer and Simone Bichel and Kate Grace. I don't know if Kate Grace is starting it. All these, but they all did. But in um, bit parts, they had small robots, so those in it. And yeah, there's me thumbnail. I was going to use the Nintendo 64 for then people might think I'm reviewing the Nintendo 64 game. So I went with the sort of like bit like the 64 because half of it's sort of like the 64 and the other half is sort of like different. But good poster and that. No limits, no fear, no substitute. But yeah, great film up. All about fucking um oh, EMPs, electric magnetic pulse. So like it basically a nuclear bomb, but it gets detonated above the atmosphere instead of like on its surface, which causes things to short out and that, which a magnetic electric magnetic pulse it produces. So it cuts everything out that's electrical. But great film, this great film. I'd I'd put it up in near the top because I prefer, even though License to Kill was a great fucking Bond film, I still prefer uh, Pierce Brosnan's Bond to Timothy Dalton's. Because I reckon it goes like Roger Moore, Sean Connery, Pierce Brosnan. It's a bit of a tie between Timothy Dalton and oh fuck, what's his name? Oh, the Australian dude, fuck. But anyway, but definitely Daniel Craig is my worst Bond. So, but Pierce Brosnan's probably my third favorite Bond because he has that sort of wit and charm that fucking Roger Moore had, even though he's a bit more serious than Roger Moore, because Roger Moore was like proper fucking how revealing. But Pierce Brosnan still gets some good sort of like one-liners in and that. Even though fucking uh, Daniel Craig does a few one-liners and that, but he should deliver it as good as Pierce Brosnan. He has got a sort of like English eccentric sort of fucking attitude about him, even though he's Irish, but he plays an Englishman. Oh, yeah, it's some good female sort of fucking sort of fight scene, even though she's fighting with a dude, so it's one of them where fucking probably just told um what's the name, the Jensen uh, like just beat the shit out of Pierce Brosnan. Don't hold back. You're a girl. We'll just pretend you're ill. So, well, she does a good job on that because she plays a good villain and all. So she has that sort of like gets that nasty streak in her where you just don't sort of like want to be around her sort of thing. You know, yeah, this bitch is crazy, and she's quite lethal and all because she's sort of like a trained Russian fighter pilot. Even though she can like do a few moves, that she's been training. But yeah, great film, though. Great film. And like, yeah, it's gonna be probably another 2 hour one because I took a fucking loads of screenshots. But some great fucking shit that happens in this film. The beginning 5 minutes is fucking breathtaking. Because yeah, there was some sort of things you didn't know, sort of thing about GoldenEye, and one of them was there's a bungee jump in GoldenEye in the first sort of 5 minutes that broke world records and that because it was the longest bungee jump from a like fixed surface or something, and it also won a award for best stunt of 2020 or whatever it was. The but but yeah, and there was uh like third Bond film for Timothy Dalton, but there was a bit of disagreement with the film companies and the Broccoli organization or whatever that like the rights for Bond was not it was shared by both of them, and so you had to get the like rights back. Yeah, yeah, LDG. Yeah, LDG man. Yeah, talk about GoldenEye. I, I'm saying uh, GoldenEye could have been a Timothy Dalton film, but because there was a bit of controversy over the rights to Bond, that the film got delayed for like 6 years or 5 years because it like took a year to like fucking game production or whatever. But it got released in 1995, and Timothy Dalton retired the Bond role in 1994. So if Timothy Dalton had have been up for it, it might have been GoldenEye with Timothy Dalton, and it definitely would have been. Don't know if it'd have been GoldenEye, but it definitely would have been a Timothy Dalton film if they had got the rights for Bond and not messing around. But yeah, GoldenEye though, great film, great game and all on the 64. But yeah, get on with the spoilers. 'Cause, yeah, some good fucking stuff that happens in that. Here we go. So yeah, uh, although just before I thingy, just in case anyone like skipping through, get the spoilers up. Oh, it's so big. Yeah, I'll give it a minute or two and all, just in case. There we go. Spoilers! Cause yeah, fucking got a lot of fucking screenshots. So it's definitely gonna get spoiled. If you have, if you've never seen this film before. Because there's a lot of fucking action in it. Where some of the action I had to fucking not even take a screenshot because it was like too much. Because the end fight scene, I thought, oh yeah, I better do that justice and get quite a few fucking screenshots. But there's other fight scenes and like a lot of shooting of fucking guards and that. Like it was like, oh shit, I'm gonna be here fucking 2 or 3 days just getting them screenshots. So well, yeah, here we go with the spoilers. So, spoiler alert. Fair shot, like it has the MGM sort of target lion and that, and but I couldn't be asked to get them screenshots. Like no, I know like this has got like quite a few fight scenes in that. I had to like take loads of screenshots, but anyway, so it starts off with Bond walking down the gun barrel, and it's Pierce Brosnan does his sort of like stand and shoot at the fucking camera sort of thing. Then you see a plane that's flying over this dam. That when he gets over it, you see this dude, and it's Bond, but you don't see it at first because you see him running from behind with a bungee rope where he just runs down this sort of like pathway where he gets up to like a protruding bit with a ledge. Oh, that's where he like sticks on his fucking bungee and his fucking like um safety hook sort of thing. I'll have to fucking learn what exactly they're called. Bond films use quite a bit of these. Anyway, then he slams one on his sort of like boot that's specially made for bungeeing that he can run and then just clip on bungeeing. Where this bit now, this was done in one shot because you see the screen after, there's a fucking van there that was probably there to film it in one shot. And like when you see it in the film, it's there for a split second, but when you're taking screenshots and that, and you're pausing it, you see it and you're like, oh, right. Well, yeah, this dude, I think he got paid quite a bit because it was quite dangerous. Like, not many people would want to do it. because if you got it wrong, you'd be smashing yourself into the wall, sort of thing. But anyway, Bond, he like gets on the ledge and then just jumps off, even though it's a stuntman. But and like say this is took in one shot, sort of thing, because when you see this shot here, you can see up here the trucks where this in the film is supposed to be empty. He just ran on an empty sort of pathway and just jumped off the ledge. But you got these camera vans here, probably where there's a camera on here filming the like fucking jump, and then you'll have like the sort of recording shit in that van. But yeah. And then you see him sort of get to the bungee ropes and tightness sort of thing. Because this is the one that fucking won awards and that. Got voted the best stunt and that. And then you see him fire a fucking like metal thing that sticks into the concrete ground, even though it's not a ground, it's like a ledge sort of thing. But anyway, it sticks in and that. And then this is a smart gadget. His gun sort of like reels him down, sort of thing, because it's pulling him in. And then it tells you like it's the Arkle, got the Arkle chemical weapons facility in Russia, and this was done in the 90s when like Russia had like loads of weapons because they still do like, but they probably used a few of them. But anyway, he sort of like winches himself down, and then you don't see him cut the bungee, but then he probably just cut the bungee and not give a fuck, you know, because it's flying up there. But he starts to cut a metal like panel, which if you've been on the 64 game, you'll sort of like know that like lasers can cut metal real easy. And Bond's got like fucking quite a few laser gadgets. Oh, hey, Cam. Yeah, yeah, Jens, yeah, yeah, bolt gun for climbing. Well, yeah, yeah. But in this, how Bond uses it though, it was used for like lowering him sort of down than climbing up. But yeah, yeah, fucking class as fuck. I don't even know if they really can they make them because I've never really seen one of them in action. But yeah, fucking great tool. I won't mind one. Uh, yeah. So he cuts off the like metal panel sort of thing. They can get in to where if you've been on 64 and that, this is where the game starts, where you're in the vents and that, and you remove a sort of grid where there's a dude, well, a Russian soldier, or you see sort of like comes in and takes down, going for a shit and that. Because then Bond takes off the mesh, lowers himself down, and oh, what does he say? Oh, something on the lines of Um, sorry, I didn't knock. Well, anyway, then he just punches the guard out and that. Where in the 64 game, I thought you'd be able to do that, but it wasn't. You just had to rather jump down and chop him or shoot him, which I used to do from the vent. But anyway, once he takes him out, he fucking goes into the chemical weapons factory sort of thing, skegs around and that, gets into a room where he looks and he sees like it's the canteen where all the guards are and that. Well, then someone, oh, you can't see, pulls a gun and starts talking Russian and says like something on the lines of "Who you with?" Because then Bond replies, "I'm not with no one. I'm by myself." Where then you see it's Alec Talent and Trevelyan, shall I say, Alec Trevelyan. Well, Trevelyan, he's like, oh yeah, ain't we all alone, Mr. Bond and that, and then he like says, oh yeah, nice to see you and that sort of shit. He was just having a bit of a laugh, which is a bit crazy because Bond could have shot him or beat him up, but he sort of like does it for a bit of a laugh and that. But, yeah, then Bolt gun says, use air compression to shoot an anchor into the rock. Most people use the hammer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because like, wait, yeah, when you're rock climbing and that, you just get like fucking one of them fucking hook things that you smash into the wall or rock and that. But yeah, yeah, yeah. And so the red shirt says, Jens Penny, cheers. I hope all is well getting your Brand Brosnan on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pierce Brosnan. I tell you, he's a good Bond. As I say, he's probably my third favourite because he has gadgets and all, which is good. And anybody talking taking bets on whether or not Sean Bean will survive this film. Oh yeah, well, I'm not because I know the answer. But he does a good job though, Sean Bean in this. I was saying there's a fight scene at the end and proper giving it some. And Cam Cam says hello to son of a red shirt and that bit. Well, yeah. So yeah. Well, true. Trevelyan and Bond and that they like have a little bit of a talk, and then they're like, right, let's get on with the mission, sort of thing, where they go through a like um, floor vent. I don't know exactly what it's doing there, but they get into the sort of like lab and that where Trevelyan he goes in and just shoots a scientist who won't do it out, but just because in case they set an alarm off, he makes sure like he takes him out. Where you see sort of like Outer Valiant like cold and like just a ruthless sort of killer. He don't care. And you see Bond who like fucking puts in a decoder lock sort of thing that like breaks it decodes the locking system so they can get in. Where you see them in like a gas. It's got gas cylinders for some reason. Now I'm not exactly sure what they're going to be doing in this room, or if it's just there for spares. But it's very, very fucking highly flammable anyway material. So that's why. Oh yeah. Well, just before, in fact, yeah, just before the set off and that, Bond's like, oh yes, it's too easy, and that you can feel a setup. So Trevelyan, he's like, oh well, we're here now, sort of thing. Part of its skill, part of its luck, and then when he puts the key decoder thing in to lock the door, it sets off an alarm where they're like, oh fuck, sort of thing. Let's get on with our job. We'll be as quick as possible. Well, guards rush in, two of them, but Trevelyan takes them out and that, then gets their sort of AK mini 47s. They're not proper AK 47s, and they're like a mini version of it. Like you see a picture of it, like gun experts will know fucking the proper term for them, but I just call them mini AKs. But anyway, Trevelyan then takes, because this I can take the screenshots, but Trevelyan then takes a few more guards out and that, and then Bond's placing these timer bombs where they're on for like 6 minutes. Then you see Colonel Omarov, who's like there with the loads of guards, who sees like there's some shit going on down there. So he tells his men to shoot the shit out the window, where they shoot the shit out of it and then boot it through. Where this bit, but took a few out because they all come rushing down. Trevelyan takes about 3 or 4 of them out. Like you can see one of them dead there on the stairs. But anyway, uh, well anyway, Bond keeps planting the bombs in that, where he shouts to Alex Trevelyan, there's a draft because like it's code word for there's fucking enemies coming through. You need to block it by shooting them. Well, there's no answer in that. So he looks and that, and then Onoff has got Trevelyan sort of on his knees and that with a gun at his head, saying, "Come out, or is your mate's gonna die in that. Well, Trevelyan says, don't do it, sort of thing. Fuck these daft cunts. Blow the fucking place. Just finish your mission, James. Well, with this, Bond puts one of the timers, because he's already set the others on 6 minutes. And so one of the timers he's put on 3 minutes. Because as long as one of the timers goes off, it's going to set a chain reaction. So, and then he puts down his like mini AK 47 and that. Comes out with his hands up and that. Well, Trevelyan, he says something on the lines of, don't fucking just do your job, James. Don't give up on it. And then he has Colonel Omarov sort of shoot him. Now, bit of spoilers. He don't shoot him dead, but it looks like he shot him dead anyway. So Bond was seeing this. He thinks, oh yeah, fuck that, I'm out of here. So he legs it back. Well, they start shooting at him. Where Omarov is like, no, stop it. There's fucking petroleum gasoline or petroleum gas, which we just call gas, but it's the gas that the tanks are full of and that. Well, anyway, Bond gets that little mini AK-47 thing. There is a proper fucking name for him, but that's it. Well, then he gets some gas sort of canister things in a trolley and starts bullying it, where no one's going to shoot and that. Everyone's like thinking until one silly cunt fucking gets a bit nervous, shoots at Bond, but luckily enough, only it's like the metal wiring of the fucking cage trolley thing. Well, then Omarov just fucking turns around and shoots him. Like, you daft bastard. You are never ever gonna be fucking older than a fucking AK-47 or any other rifle for that matter. And he shoots him. Well, he don't say that. He just quickly just shoots him because he don't want him fucking shooting again. Well, anyway. Like, Bond gets to the sort of like edge a bit where that's when he says, oh, Oliver says, oh, you can't win. Where Bond turns on the fucking treadmill sort of thing, jumps on the treadmill, starts shooting at the like whole cage holder that's holding all these sort of gas tanks that just fucking start falling down and that, crushing people. And no one shoots because I know so many. They're looking like none of them exploded. I think, luckily enough, that they landed on comfy sort of like soldiers. So not many of them hit the floor and cracked open. But even then, if one did crack open, as long as it didn't crack open with a spark, you still would have been all right. But anyway, luckily enough for them, none of them explode. Well, Bond gets down this like little chute thing. That's like I might be mentioning Nintendo 64 a bit, but like what happens on Nintendo 64? Well, the guards rush out and that. Well, Bond sees this aeroplane and that, but he gets behind a sort of like concrete boulder for a bit of cover, starts shooting the shit out, and like quite a few soldiers he takes out and that. There's probably because like there's a 15 and a 12 version of GoldenEye, where maybe the 12 version you might not see as many, but in the 15 version you see him to take out quite a few dudes and that. Because I know you definitely don't see a headbutt scene. I won't spoil it for you to say all headbutts out, but well, there's a few headbutts in this, and so they cut out the headbutt scene in the 12. I know that definitely got cut. But, yeah, so Rich, who's your favourite Bond? Cameron says, we're from Lochav, have you, Lochu. Sean Connery then. But yeah. Then Bond starts running towards the plane and that, because there's a runway that drops off, sort of thing. Because fucking this place is in some mountain top. Anyway, Bond gets into the fucking plane and that, smashes the fucking yeah, but yeah, he gets in the plane, smashes the pilot around. That then he fucking sees a dude on a bike where he grabs a pilot's gun with his hand and points it where he shoots the biker dude off his bike. Well, then there's a bit of a fucking struggle in that where they both sort of like fall out of the plane. Then the pilot gets rammed by a bike that he goes flying. Well, then Bond picks up the bike that the dude who rammed into the fucking pilot was riding, I think. Then starts to like chase after the plane, where Oromov, he's fucking sees this and he thinks like Bond ain't gonna make it, so he's all like, "Oh, you're all right. Let's just watch him kill himself." Where this is a good fucking scene and all. This got proper done, but not the bit after, but this bit where a plane went off the edge and then a dude just goes off the edge with it. Probably had a parachute and that, so he'll just parachute down whilst the plane just flies off. But in GoldenEye, they're in a pilot, and so Bond drives his bike off and then starts fucking skydiving down to the plane, where he gets a hold of the door and that, and gets him sent in. Real good. Fuck, it's obviously not. It's done in a studio, like, but the way they did it is pretty good. Looked quite convincing, apart from the background. You could obviously tell, and the fact that Pierce Brosnan is not going to fucking risk his life by like doing a stunt like that. But James Bond though, he gets in and that gets the like flight stick sort of thing, and starts pulling it back so he can pull the plane up. Well, it looks like the plane's gonna crash, but no, it just starts pulling up last minute. Where the bomb man thing, that bomb fucking set sort of thing, explodes, where it sets off like a chain reaction, and bomb flies over, and then it goes into dun 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 dun. Doo-doo. But some really fucking naked silhouettes in this one, and that, and guns popping out of women's mouths for some reason. But, well, after the GoldenEye intro, you see Bond's Aston Martin, like driving down the like country sort of thing. I think it's in Venice or something. Cause well, it's 9 years later though, where Bond is with this woman called Caroline, who was sent to like evaluate and assess Bond's sort of mental attitude and that, you know, like people in our stress jobs sometimes usually get, where it's like, oh yeah, you need your like your monthly or probably but your yearly or 5 yearly checkup or whatever. So you're not gone nuts. Well, anyway, then Bond sees a red Ferrari sort of pull up and that, where it's Xenia on the top and that, and she like smiles across, and Caroline's complaining a bit, where she's like, "Oh yeah, I can take a bit of a fast drive like any other girl, but um, you're going a bit too fast." And then she sees her, and she's like, "Oh, who's that?" And then Bond's like, "Oh, the other girl." And then starts racing her, where she takes a shortcut and that. Does a bit of cheating. But then Bond gets in front of her and that. Does some nice fucking gear changing. Where then it comes to where she nearly fucking hits a tractor and she like spins off in that. But we gathers her sort of like spin. Then like Caroline, she's saying to slow down and that, and you're only trying to impress me because oh you're only trying to show how big your and Bond's like engine. Well, anyway, she's like, no ego and that. So, well, Bond's just racing and that. And then it comes to where you see some cyclists and that. And then Bond, being gentlemanly, like, he like slows down, says, "Ladies, there," sort of thing. Lets Xena go through where they burn through where one of the cyclists gets his foot sort of like caught up because he's trying to balance and falls over, does the old where all the bikes go down. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Then Caroline, she's really like, stop the car, sort of thing. Stop it now. Well, Bond's like, okay, sort of thing. Looks, sees a nice place, and then just like slams the brakes on, bit of an handbrake, and parks up. Where Bond's all like, oh yeah, let's sort of like talk about, I think he says, oh, we're going to be spending the night. Oh, I can't remember exactly what he says, but he says something on the lines of, oh yeah, I won't mind shagging you. Where she's like, oh, oh no, you don't say. I think he says something lines, oh yeah, well let's um, have a nice break before I shag you. And that's when you see some sort of like fucking Bollinger fucking Grande champagne where got like a champagne flute glass where then it's all like, oh yeah, you're fucking um oh what did she say? There's some on the lines of, oh yeah, you're just uncontrollable sort of thing. And then they get a shag. Now you don't see the aftermath of the shag, but you know he's shagged there because Bond doesn't take women in cars to just kiss them, especially when he's got fucking um, Bollinger fucking champagne in the cooler. You're getting more than a kiss. So yeah, gets his fair shag. Say two shagger. Could have been a three, but it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, so it says great scene. Yeah, yeah, pretty good cast scene and that. Like some good fucking racing and that. Like you could tell, like they had proper stunt or car fucking stunt drivers. They know how to drive a car. Shit. Yeah. Well, after that, Bond goes back to his hotel because he probably had a shag and then she's off to an ex-client. Well, Bond sort of like parks his car up and that, and then he sees the red Ferrari where goes in and then sees um, Xena on the top, sort of playing Baccarat, and she's like winning in that. She, like wins some money off a dude and that, where Bond sort of like comes up and sits down, and apparently the woman behind Xena in the golden black dress, she won a competition to star in a Bond film. as an extra. And so they put her in this one because they were supposed to do it in Timothy Dalton's third Bond film, but he never did one, and so they stuck her in um, Pierce Brosnan's first one because Timothy Dalton um, probably thought he was too old for it. Well, then he might have thought, "Oh yeah, I can do 3 Bond films, but can't do the 4th one." Well, anyway, Bond plays her at cards where she wins. Well, Bond then gets like house credit and that, where then he wins, and she's all like pissed because she's like, "Oh fuck." Well, then Bond uh, sort of like tells Xena that uh, number plates on the Ferrari are like out of date, and so or they're not the right ones for her model. So he knows, like, oh yeah, the Ferrari's dodgy as fuck because they put like no number plates on it. Well, then he's asking Xena if she wants to go sort of like have some fun and that, where the colonel dude or the admiral dude who's going to be shagging her sort of like says, "Oh, are you coming, Xena? Let's go." Where Xena's like, "Oh yeah, I've got to go. Maybe some other time, I think." But anyway, Bond goes to this fucking theatre play where he walks up right at the back where he's got a nice view of the marina where he sees Xena on the top and the Admiral dude sort of like walking, and that way he gets his sort of camera out, that filming and that. It got a very good zoom because you can read the name of the speedboat that they're going to use to get to the boat. Well, he gets back to his car and like prints all this stuff out where it gives Bond like her name and that, and then Miss Moneypenny, she's sort of like is on the other end where she tells him that she works for like a company, but it's a corporate front for arms dealing. So he knows, like, oh yeah, she's involved in arms dealing. Well, Miss Moneypenny says, like, oh yeah, and hope it's fucking works out and that shit. Don't fucking get on the job or whatever. Like, Bond smiles. I forget exactly what she says, but she says something on the lines of, "Oh yeah, you're going to be shagging out your Bond, so keep your man on the mission." Well, Bond sees like both of them pull up alongside the boat where they're getting and that. Then they're in the bedroom and that, where Xena's sort of like on top of him. they have a little bit of foreplay until she gets her legs round his fucking waist and that, and starts squeezing his lungs where he can't breathe, or she's crushing his lungs in that he can't breathe. And he tells her this, but she just laughs because her job is to kill him. Because then you see some dude go into his jacket, pull out his identity card and that, with him being in the Department of National Defence sort of thing. Well, then you see um, them leaving, and then Bond, he sort of comes on to the ship and that, where hand fucking what they called, oh, some up boy, just a like ship's cleaner and that, a cabin boy. That's it. The cabin boy tries to attack Bond, which he would do because Bond is trespassing at this stage. But Bond don't give a fuck, so he slaps him with a towel in his face, wraps a like pole hook that he was going to whack Bond with, blocks it with the towel and that, and then wraps it round his neck, where then he like throws him into these stairs, where he like fucking gets laid out. Does a nasty fall down the stairs and all. Then Bond does a fucking wipe down of his sweat with the towel. He was nearly attacked, that he grabbed and beat the shit out of the dude with. Well, the cabin boy. Well, then you see a rare European fighter helicopter sort of having a test run where you see loads of people sort of gathering around, where you see someone who, like, in the film you don't really see the admiral who's using the card, but it must look like the admiral for him to be like, oh yeah, okay, it's photo ID. And like you can see a bit of the side of him, so it could be Omarov, Colonel Omarov, who fucking has got like makeup on, but it could be just someone. Though I reckon it could be just someone paid to look like Admiral, but so they can just get on the boat. Well, the captain of the boat sort of greets them and that, where then Bond sort of like checking the rooms and that, but no one there apart from the Admiral dead in the cupboard where he's been stashed, so the cabin boy don't fucking sound the alarm. Well, Bond just jumps down onto the speedboat that he probably used to get there, like speeds off towards the boat where you can see the attack helicopter on it. Well, like Captain like starts telling the crowd and that about the stats on this fighter chopper, which is called the Tiger helicopter, sort of new version of it, where they say, "Oh yeah, it's can't be jammed. It's got like an anti-jamming sort of technology and an anti-EMP technology." So saying like, yeah, we're gonna give it like a test run and that, show you people what it looks like in flight. Well, then the pilots are walking to like go and fly it. They're test pilots and that, where they see um, Zanina, Zanina on the top, sort of like dressed quite provocatively, where she's like, "Oh yeah, I've got a present for you," and they're like, "Oh yeah, I think I've gone to heaven." She's like, "Oh no, but you will do." And then she pulls out a gun and like shoots them both, sort of thing. Well, then she gets dressed up as one of the fighter pilots with the dude who was pretending to be the admiral. Where they come out like way pretending they're the right crew and that. They don't want to give any away, even though she's got a pair of tits. But anyway, they can only see the back of them anyway. So they take off and that. Well, Bond tries to like stop them, but the security is military, so they're not fucking around. Where they grab Bond and that, fucking have him in a position where he's like not going anywhere. Got guns and that, I think I said. Well, the Tiger helicopter flies off, and then it's a space weapon control center in Savannah, Russia, where you see Natalia there, so like at her desk, and she tries to get into a computer, but her mate Boris has changed their password, and so she's asking like Boris, like, what's the password in that way? He gives her clues to it, where he says, "Oh, the what you have in front of you and what can open big doors, which is knockers." So she types in knockers, and she gets in and that. Then Boris is showing her what he's up to, where he's breaking into the Department of Justice and that, getting all like the bank, the gold, the insurance, and all the savings and state insurance and all this. Well, the Americans like detect like the intruder in that. So then Boris sends them a spike where it fucks up their jamming, and it jams their internet connection, which in 1995 they're talking about their phone connection because like it's a hard line in 1995, but it just stops their internet connection, so he spikes them. Then he shows um, Natalie how like it works and that way. He says, "Oh yeah, it just goes in and that, and then they get spiked sort of thing." Uh, he put it because he puts it off and all. Uh, yeah, he puts it from a different place and all. So when it gets there, they think it's come from uh, Spain or something. I can't remember. But anyway, yes. Uh, and Boris is all like, "Oh yeah, I'm invincible. I'm going out for a cig." So he gets out there where he sees the Tiger helicopter sort of land and that. Where this is where the dude who looked like the Admiral could have swapped places, or it could have been um, Abramoff. But anyway, you see him there and that. They get out and like, all right, we're just gonna go in and that. So they go in because Abramoff now he's the head um, boss of the space department that the Russian KGB has. So because he's the head fucking um, leader of the space department, he's allowed access to anything that's got space, and this is the like satellites and all that shit sort of control. Well, anyway, obviously, answer any chat. My phone behind in the chat. Oh, yeah, hey, Apex. Yeah, GoldenEye, Xena on the top. Yep. Um, yeah, best Pierce Brosnan Bond movie. Yeah, yeah, I'd say it was one of his best. Or yeah, the best. Just the game and all sold it for me because I like the game, and so yeah, like the game and the film. Yeah. Well, when Omarov gets in there, he tells the like guards and that he's here to do a test run on how quick they can get the GoldenEye key, because the GoldenEye machine itself is a satellite that fucking does EMP blasts, but to control it, you need the GoldenEye key because it's so fucking like um, dangerous and that they don't want anyone to just fucking stumble up like on it. It's basically a nuke. So they need the nuke keys and that. Well, anyway, Colonel Omarov, he's tells the like guys to get the GoldenEye key. So the dude thinking he's doing a training mission, seeing what time he can do it in, like uses the card to like do a hand scan to get the golden eye key, and like there's two of them and all, because like it's one like where nukes you need two people to do it. So one crazy bastard by himself can't just fucking do it. But the dude, he like opens up the vault thing that's guarding the golden eye key, takes it to Omarov, and like Omarov fucking like um even though he knows it's not a training mission, but he keeps his sort of like uh character in he keeps in character by like taking it and telling him, oh yeah, that was 20 seconds or something. Well, whilst he's like telling him his time, fucking Xenomorph starts fucking shooting the shit out of everyone, and I mean everyone apart from um, Omarov, because like they're working together. But yeah, she shoots everyone in that. Where Natalia, she hears this and sees like them sort of like come in, but she doesn't really see them shoot them. But she hears them shoot them because she sees them come in. And then she goes into the kitchen. Then she hears a gunshot where she knows, like, oh yeah, shit. It is probably not any of the people she's working with. Well, she then like starts to panic in that, like you would. Well, Omarov and Xena, they've got everyone dead, so they've got the room to themselves where they go put the GoldenEye sort of key card, which is like a fucking 64 game cartridge or an Atari 2000 game cartridge. Well, it gets put in, then they have to like turn the keys together where they activate the GoldenEye machine where they pick the target, so Slovenia, Slovenia, uh, Slovenia, which is basically where they're at now, because they want to destroy any evidence that there was there. Well, you see, like the GoldenEye sort of laser missile thing, fucking detach and that. Right, so it sets up. Well, Xena and Omarov, Omarov, hear a bit of noise, like a cup gets dropped. Oh no, I think it's a rattling, and so Xena goes in because um, Omarov tells her to, because he's like, oh yeah, go check that out. Well, she has a look, sees some um, air vent that's like opened a bit where um, Italia was at it, and then so she just starts shooting the shit out of the air vent sort of thing, where she's happy that she's killed them and that. Well, Omarov, he puts the GoldenEye key and disc cartridge in the suitcase, so they're nicely fucking protected, and then walks out where they're getting the like tiger chopper and like fly out sort of thing, where one of the guards had like set off an alarm system just before Xena went to check out the kitchen, where the scrambling like um, fighter planes and that. Well, then it's at sort of like um, headquarters, MR5 headquarters sort of thing, where Bond sees Miss Moneypenny in that, where she's all dolled up because she was going to go on a date apparently, but they had like an important sort of like fucking discovery because they didn't know that that base was fucking had any people in. They thought it was empty and that, so they called everyone in. Where then Bond is like talking to Miss Moneypenny, like Miss Moneypenny sort of like lets him in, sort of thing. Where she says she could do him for sexual harassment if he don't take her up on his offers, but Bond don't shag her, which is like where a written rule where Bond can't shag Miss Moneypenny. Well, anyway, Bond goes into the room and that, where he sees Bill Tanner, who's sort of like the Ministry of Defence sort of thing. He's like in charge of like fucking most of the like stuff. Obviously, he takes his orders from M, but mostly he's like second in charge, I think. Well, especially with the military and um, double O agents and that. So Bond goes in and that, and like seeing like what's happening. Where they say, "Oh yeah, we've just had some fucking," because like the alarm system went off in that building, so like they've got spies on fucking know about it, and so Bill Tanner says like we thought that satellite communications base was empty, but we just seen like it in. Well, then M walks in where Tanner was saying like she's all about the numbers and that because Bond had a hunch that the Tiger plane was going to get stolen, or he had some hunch or something that happened where M didn't back him. Well, then he goes on to explain, oh yeah, we saw a picture because it's got a satellite fucking feed and that. And they're saying like they saw a picture of the helicopter and that over bird's eye view, and so but they recognised it was the Tiger helicopter. Well, Bond, he's like knowing, oh yeah, well, whoever sort of like doing this wanted to like destroy any sort of evidence because he like knows like there's a inside job because he knows like you need the codes to type in, and they wouldn't have had the codes, and so it had to be an inside job to give them the codes to the locations and that to use the machine or the GoldenEye machine. Well, Bond is like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure like uh, it would be Natalia in that, and Yanis is their boss, who he wants to like find because now he knows. Oh yeah, she's up to no good. Well, then you see or Natalia come out of the sort of kitchen cupboard where she'd been hiding and that, and then you see because they timed it sort of thing to go off like 20 minutes, like when they leave. That the GoldenEye satellite um, laser nuke starts going really bright, where it's going to fire off a nuke above the um, atmosphere and that, which it does, which causes an EMP, electronic magnetized pulse, that just fucking takes all the equipment down and that. Like loads of sparks. That I don't know if that happens really on a EMP, but they're just showing that oh yeah, things getting fucked up. All the components are getting fried. Where Bill Tanner sees this sort of like AMP go and that, and he's like, "What the hell?" and cuts out. The machines go down. Oh, yeah, yeah. Come put J. But yeah, hey, company, Captain Cockney Spock. Yeah, yeah. Saying it's a two shagger. It could have been a three shagger, but Xena on a top so crazy that Bond, after he got his lip bit, he's like, "Nah, fuck that. You're too crazy." But yeah, I'll just need a little bit of drink here. Yeah, yeah. There was a 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah, yeah, bit of meat though. But yeah, oh yeah, better than a no shagger and two fucking refusals. But yeah, this EMP though, it like takes down these. Well, it starts fucking up these Harry or these F-16 fucking fighter jets that fucking start to go out of control because all the like computer systems are like fried and that they just fucking explode and that. Like one bangs into the one explodes, but and then you see the Tiger helicopter that got like anti like EMP blast, or like it's perfectly fine where it flies normally. Where this is like selling feature of this helicopter is it is doesn't get fucked up with EMP blasts and you can't jam it and that. But then you see like one of the is it a MiG fighter or whatever going down and flying straight into the sort of like dish or maybe the bottom of the dish. But anyway, okay, and things explode and that shit. And that EMP and all it took down like loads of shit. So like inside's fucked up. that Natalia can't get out because the electronic doors won't work because they're being fried, and so there was voice recognition, and so they're not working, and so they're permanently locked, sort of thing. And then all of a sudden, the roof falls in because you think she's trapped in that, but the roof falls in, showing her sort of like a little pathway, like she can climb up and get out. Where she does, and like yeah, everything's fucked around her. At. She was a bit gutted with her mates and all because one of her best mates died. Well, the computers come back on, all this and that, and Bond looks and that, and you can see a heat signal of like someone walking away from like the wreckage and that, where is like, oh yeah, I don't know who it is, but whoever that is got a fucking good idea of what went down. So he's like, oh yeah, I'll fucking keep an eye out if I see anyone that looks like being in a fucking uh, communications satellite system fucking bunker thing. Well, Bond says, "Oh yeah, I need to go to Russia and that." Well, then you see Natalia, who sees some huskies and that with her sleigh and that because there's huskies around and that because someone came with some huskies. Then it's talking to M. Look at the chat. No, that's the thing, you know. Oh, my arm's killing. Oh, still, oh, my arm's stiff as fuck. I've been taking so many screenshots in your arm, sort of like, you know, in that L position shape, like you usually are, you know, when you're like at a keyboard or a piano. Oh, well, screenshots will help me so I can see what happened in that. But anyway, yeah, back to Bond, and then where Bond's in M's office and that, and um, Judy Dench, M, so like tells Bond like, oh yeah, you think I'm a sort of fucking pen pushing, number crunching, um, boffhead or whatever, and Bond's like, yep. So like, yeah, I was thinking it. Well, anyway, she's like, oh well, I'm not sort of thing. Well, anyway, we get talking and that, and she brings up um, oh, oh, Oramoff. Fuck these Russians' names. This is the thing with Bond films. There's all foreign fucking names. Wait, wait. Omarov. Omarov. However they pronounce it. he's like been promoted in that, and uh, M says like he's like the top sort of like science head of the science the space department, and Bond's all like, well, yeah, he could be still turned and that. Like, just because he's working for the KGB and that, don't mean he won't double cross them. So, Omarov as like a grudge and all, because he was the one where fucking he thinks Omarov killed um, Civilian 006. And them don't want him to go on a make it personal, because they don't like it when you make it personal in case you go mental and really fucking make it a mess or whatever. But anyway, Bond's all like, oh well, I don't care sort of thing. Like, I'll go and I'll do my job. If I make it personal, like I won't make it too personal. Where M's like, all right then, yeah. Well, yeah, he finishes drinking that. Um, yeah. So, like, finishes drinking that, and so like leaves. Where then you see St. Petersburg, and you see Omarov at like Minister of Defense, like KGB defense meeting and that, where he's the head of the science department, and so they're like want him in to ask him his opinion on like what the fuck happened with the GoldenEye. Yeah, I mean, uh, yeah. Captain Coatley Spock says in Soviet Russia, KGB cross you. Yeah. Oh, they cross you right off, don't they? Yeah. Well, they still do. You know, once KGB, always KGB. You don't run away from your family. Or you get a radioactive cup of tea in the morning. Yum yum. But yeah. Well, anyway, um, the head of the Minister of Defense, Mishkin, Dmitry Mishkin, but Mishkin asked Omarov what happened in that, where Omarov he tries to blame it on the Siberian separatists. He says they took GoldenEye, and he is resigning from the space division um, because it's been set back and that. And Michigan says to because like they're all like shocked a bit in that because when he says this, they're all like, "Oh, what? This is like sudden." Like you talk about leavers when it's all going tits up, but he's saying like you've got to stay on the job because there's two scientists missing. One of them is Boris. Oh, you find out is a double agent, and the other one is Natalia. Well, Michigan says like you need to like find them and that because we need to like ask them what happened and see if one or both are like involved. Where Omarov, because he didn't know Natalia had survived and escaped because he thought he'd killed everyone. He's like, okay, then yeah, I'll stay on and I'll find these computer programmers who fucking escaped. Well, he knows where Boris is because fucking like with Bond, uh, with Bond back at NQ and that, like he worked out like there's only one. Well, it had to be someone with the access of the GoldenEye, and the only person with high access is Omarov, and so Bond has got his suspicions that oh yeah, he is involved in that, but because the KGB think he's like loyal, they just like believe him, and so they're like, okay, then yeah, you find both them programmers and bring them in for questioning. Well, then it goes to Q branch, where Q sort of like sat in a wheelchair with a pot, and Bond's all like, "Oh, so sorry to see like you ate your leg and that. How did you do it? Skiing." Well, Q presses a button where a rocket launcher rocket comes out of the foot or a rocket because the plas- um, pa- plastic Paris plaster of Paris fucking pot is the rocket launcher. It fucking blows up and that. Where then Q's like, no hunting, and then you see the Bond car that has got like fucking missiles and fucking some other shit, but you never get to see it used. You see it getting drove, but you don't see any of the like gadgets getting used. But I think in the other ones you do see it get used. You want the other, but not in this one. Great. Well, uh, Q then shows him a belt where a dude, where it's a bit of a comedy moment, where a dude walks into a telephone box and then a air bag sort of like just inflates, pinning him in into the fucking phone booth, where then they can just ball him off. But Q shows Bond his belt that's got like a 70-foot cable that is like a grappling um, hook thing that like slams into concrete. But it's got a weight limit of only him. It, it's only designed for one person. So well, then Q shows Bond his pen where if you press it 3 times, it's armed, and then press it 3 more times to disarm it, and it's got like a 4-second fuse. Where Q demonstrates this with a dummy, and that way, yeah, does a nice good explosion. Well, there was a bit, but I couldn't be asked to fucking get the screenshot because it's not like but there's a funny bit where then Bond, I'll have to go and pick with the Q, where Bond is talking to Q and someone gets slung around by a Q gadget, and as Q's looking, Bond picks up his sandwich that Bond thinks is a gadget when like it's not. It's just his sandwich where he's all like, "Don't touch that. That's my lunch." A comedy moment. Anyway, Bond goes to like Russia and that to like see if he can find this Yeni, who's the head leader of their sort of like uh, arms sales that he knows has got the helicopter because he saw Xena, who he knows Xena's works for him, and so he's looking for Yanis. Well, he gets out of the airport and that, and sees Jack Wade, who like his CIA sort of contact in Russia. That's why they probably didn't use Felix Leiter, because Felix Leiter's his American contacts. So, and I'm sure like the dude was in the other the License to Kill. So I might have had like a contract maybe for 2 films, and so fucking stuck him in this. But anyway, Bond goes and that, and like does the old secret fucking the 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 sun is shining in the spring in England, something like that. And he's supposed to reply with, "Well, it's freezing cold in Russia." Uh, oh, I'm paraphrasing because he don't say the proper words in that, and that's why Bond, because he's like, "Oh fuck you, British Army bastards, you fucking uptight cunts. I ain't got time to fuck around with fucking secret fucking coded um, conversation, great things." Well, anyway, because he didn't say it right, Bond sticks a gun in him and that, and says, "Oh yeah, say it right." Well, he doesn't say it right, so then Bond, because he doesn't get it precisely right, which you're supposed to when it's your what's it called? Um, it's like contact um, sign, even though it's not a contact sign, it's more of a contact conversation. But anyway, he says, "Well, if you're not going to say it right, then show me your tattoo that he knows that he's got, because you get like info on your contact describing what they're like and that. So so if there's any tattoos, they get described. Where he shows him his third wife, who was called Muffy. He's like a rose tattoo on his ass, sort of thing, or side of his ass. Well, then you see um, Natalia, uh, sort of like getting off from a train station where should have made it with them huskies. Probably sold the huskies because they've been wearing loads. Got herself a new jacket. And then you see Bond and Jack Wade sort of like talking where his car's broken down, and Bond says to Wade sort of thing, well, who's this arms dealer who's in competition with Yanis. So he's hoping that the arms dealer who's in competition with Yanis will help him out to fuck up his competition, because they don't really like each other, I don't think. Well, anyway, Jack Wade, he tells him it's Valentin Zukovsky. Well, Valentine, sort of, I'll call him, because the Zozovsky a bit too much, but Valentine, Bond had a run in and he shot him in the leg, where he's given him a limp. And so Jack Wade's like, all right, well, you come, well, Bond's all like, right, well, yeah, let's do it. And then Wade fixes his engine by slamming it with a sledgehammer, which he does a good job of. It like starts up real good. Well, then you see Natalie go to a fucking computer shop where I don't know if it's owned by IBM. I think it's just one of them where it's selling IBM computers. Well, anyway, she goes in and she tells the dude that she wants to buy loads of PCs and that, but she wants to try one to see how good they are. Well, the dude thinks he's going to get a big sale. He lets her fucking use the computer because she needs a real high powered one where it's real hard to get. So she hasn't got the money to buy one, so she needs to borrow one, I think, and that. definitely needs to use one. And she goes in and she sends an email to Boris because she knew that Boris went out for a cig, so in case he's still alive. Well, Boris said, I thought you were dead and that. And saying, like, Omarov killed everyone and fired Petya, which I think is the satellite nuke thing that's up in orbit. And took GoldenEye, which the GoldenEye is the key to like Petra, which is sort of like the GoldenEye laser beam. But it didn't really get used much, and so yeah, I'm just going to call it the GoldenEye because so many like Russian, there's loads of Russian names and so best fucking name anyway. He opens the door to see if everything's all right, and she's like, "Oh yeah, everything's all right." And then Boris types back, "You are safe. Trust no one. Meet me at the Church of Our Lady of the Smolsky, Smolskin, in 1 hour." Well, then you see Bond turn up to this sort of like, looks like a scrapyard, but it's not. I think it's just supposed to appear a bit shoddy because they see like some Mercedes Benz with fucking guards there, which they're like, no, oh yeah. Well, um, Jack Wade, he obviously knows because he's like a CIA contact who's got info and that for Bond. So he knows exactly like what it is and that. So he tells them sort of like, all right, there we go, sort of thing. Is sort of your sort of neck you're risking going in there, but up to you. Well, Bond's like, yeah, I've got to do it. See you then, Jeff. Oh. Yeah. Hey, yeah, sorry, I've been trying to find fights under 1K to Spain for running the bulls. I wasn't sure I could go, but I keep trying. Well, don't blame me if you get skewered to fuck. Because people die on that, but anyway. Yeah. And Desmond Llewellyn was great as Q. Yeah. Oh, God. You want to see the new Q? Sawyer's fuck. I reckon in the scene where fucking Bond goes to his house and then leaves his house, he gets out some Wonder Woman comics. Has his friend round for tea and to watch season 1 of Buffy. But yeah. Well, anyway, Bond's like, yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Got it's my job. Well, then you see, Natalie, in the church thing, and she's walking sort of like fucking in and that, but being a bit precautious. Well, she gets to the other end, and then doors slam and some candles go out, and she sees an old woman. That freaks her the fuck out, because then she just fucking legs it back to the exit. Where fucking she runs out, runs into Boris, where Boris is all like, "Oh, Natalia, Natalia, it's me, Boris, it's me, Boris." Real, real friendly, that, because he fancies it. Well, she's like, "All right," but then she sees fucking Xena on the top behind her, and she knows, like, "Oh yeah, nah, fuck, you've like fucking like got me into some shit, you bastard." And then Boris tries to like give this sort of thing. Everything's gonna be okay, but it's not. Well, you see, Valentine, who is walking sort of like in his club, a bit of a small club. Yeah, it's not massive. There's not loads of people, but it's a big enough sort of club to have like a stage and that. Well, anyway, he like walks up the stairs and that, sees his sort of fiance, who he zips up her dress sort of thing for her. Then he walks through where then Bond sticks a gun. Or well, he doesn't stick the gun. He just clicks the hammer back. That Valentine hears it, recognizes it. It's a Walter PPK, and that, and only 3 people carry a Walter PPK, and I killed 2 of them. And then Bond's like, "Oh, lucky me." And then one of his guards stick a gun in Bond's head. And then I was like, I think not. Or something like that. But anyway, then they take his gun off Bond and like sit him down on like a fucking chair bit in the main part of the club, sort of thing, where uh, Valentine is like, "Oh, Mr. Bond," starts taking the piss and that. So he's shaken, not stared, and all this. Well, then he goes on to like, "You shot me," and that. What you doing here, sort of thing. And that. Well, Bond's like, "Well, I need your help," and then Valentine he laughs and he's like, "Why would I help you when you work um, for MR6 and you shot me in that?" Well, Bond hears his fiance singing and that, where he's like, "Oh, well, uh, you should you should sort of help me in that. And who's strangling the cat? Well, Valentine, he don't get it at first, and he's like, strangling the cat. Who's strangling the cat? And then he sees his wife's and he singing, and then he realizes, oh, Bond's talking about his wife's singing, saying it's like cat being strangled. Well, then he gets pissed off in that because Bond's all like playing it cool and that. Well, he gets out a gun and shoots in between Bond's legs and that way. He shoots the sofa like seating where fucking he tells his missus to shut up and take a hike, sort of thing. Where she's like, "What? I thought I was doing real good in that," and then she like gives him the fuck off sign with the arm, and then uh, Valiant, he's real pissed off at this stage of that. And then he goes into like, you shot me in the leg and that. And it fucking aches every fucking day. Twice as much in the winter. And he's like, and what's the winters like in Russia? Anyway, Bond, he's like, oh, well, look, I can help you in that. Uh, you can help me, sort of thing. Well, um, Val- uh, uh, Valentine, he's all like, "Oh, I'll help you. I'll give you what you give me," sort of thing. Where he shoots at the side of him twice, either side, and points the gun at his balls. Where Bond says something on the lines of, um, "Don't do it because I can. You're gonna make some money in that." Or he says something because he's like told him like he's wanting to get um, Yanis and that, and he needs his help. And I don't think he was too bothered for one Valentine, but once I think Bond mentions a bit of cash in that. I think yeah, he's all up for it. But Bond says it real quick and that, and I don't have time to fucking like replay it and that. But Bondy definitely says like, yeah, fucking, if you help me out, we're both gonna make some fucking money in that shit, and oh, you're gonna make some money. Well, then they're having a drink in that, where Bond tells him the plan of he wants Valentine's men to do a deal with um, Yanis's men and that, and he can like get him money where he can sell some arms to fucking Yanis and get the money for it, and then he's gonna do him for the arms. So it's one of them deals. It don't go down. But this is what Bond sort of like in GoldenEye. What I could see is what he's trying to persuade um, Valentine, because Valentine, Robbie Coltrane, he is in a few of the Bond films. He gets killed in one of them. Spoilers. But he's in two or three because he's in this one, and I know he's in another one, and I'm sure he's in two more. So I think he's in three Bond films. So he might say in one of the Bond films about the deal that didn't go down, but Bond persuades him though to get like a meeting with Yanis, who's he thinks has got, which he knows, sort of, because Bond's piecing it together and that. So he knows Yanis is the one who now owns the helicopter and that. Well, uh, Valentine, uh, yeah, um, like says, oh yeah, well, I think he says like, well, I'll set you up a deal anyway. Maybe it's one of them where he says, oh yeah, I'll just set you up with a contact. You can be sort of like my contact, and I'll set you up with one of fucking Valentine's contacts. I mean, Yanis's contacts. Because that's how it sort of plays down. Because, as I say, maybe it was just one of them things that Bond suggested that um, Valentine could make some money in that, but maybe that Valentine's just more interested in Bond fucking with Yanis, and he's hoping like at least one of them's gonna die, or if not both. I don't know. But anyway, this like C4 deal that was gonna go down, it never goes down. But he talks about it. But then um, Valentine, because Bond does sort of like try to appeal to his more patriotic side, because he says to Valentine that Yanis and that like is a traitor because he's stolen the fucking GoldenEye key and that. Well, says he's not surprised because he knows that Yanis is a Cossack, a Russian Cossack. And then he goes into where the UK sent them back to Stalin after they surrendered in Austria in World War II, thinking they was going to get imprisoned in the UK, but they didn't. They got sent back to Russia, where Stalin sort of killed and murdered all the family and that. And but Um, Valentine says though there was all savages and got what they deserved, so he's not too happy with the Cossacks. So maybe that's why he don't give a fuck about making money on the deal. He just wants to set Bond up with a meeting with one of Yanis's contacts because he knows that he can't set him up with Yanis because Yanis ain't going to meet a nobody, but he's going to send like one of his contacts. So Bond's like, yeah, okay, sort of thing. It's like they don't really. It's one of them where they don't make it really clear exactly what happens. Is you've really got to study like what they're saying and that. And I didn't study it hard enough, apart from what we told you, sort of thing. Well, anyway, Bond, because then yeah, this is why I think Bond just went, yeah, okay, then I'll just meet up, get me a fucking meet up with one of Yanis's contacts. By the way, Bond's in like this sort of swimming pool sort of thing, relaxing, where then you see um, Xena Onatopp sort of like walk in, but she slides herself sort of like around the post, so Bond can't really see. All he knows is he had someone walk in, but he don't know where they are. Because he gets out, walks around, then grabs her, like throws her in the like steam room, and then like gets his gun out because he grabbed a towel to like dry himself off a bit, and his gun would have probably been in the towel and that. Well, when Xena's all like, "Oh, you don't have to fucking point a gun at me and that for what we're gonna do." Uh, and this is where Bond could have got his third shag, but when you see what she does, it's like, "Oh yeah." Anyway, she like gets Bond and that, and starts to like kiss him, but then she and so Bond throws the towel and gun sort of like on the bench, where then she bites his lip real hard that it starts to bleed. So he pushes her onto the wall, where she gets all excited and that. Then as he goes to get the gun, she like runs and kicks him to the floor, sort of thing, and like sticks her legs so like around him. But Bond sort of like grabs her and pushes her sort of like on the floor and is gonna like choke her out, and then she's all like, "Oh yeah," sort of thing. This is sort of like how I like it. Well, then Bond's like, "Oh fuck this shit," one of these crazy bitches. So he gets up. Well, as he gets up to get the gun, sort of thing, she comes up behind him and like slams him on the like table and that, and gets her legs around him and starts to crush his sort of like sides in, so his lungs get deflated up and that. Where he's trying to like push her legs off and that. Obviously, in real life he could do it, but in this she's supposed to have really super strong legs. Where I'd have got someone with bigger thighs playing the part, but she does a great job anyway. and Bond's trying to like push her off, but she's like hooked on and that. Because I don't even know if a man could do this move, but there was Jaws where he was biting fucking metal with his teeth. We'll let air off, and there was Objob who had a fucking cat that could cook shit. So we'll let air off with power legs, you know. But anyway, because he can't get her off, he starts slamming her up against the wall. And he might have had his third shag here, but I don't think it would have been. It wouldn't have been full penetration, or else I don't think they'd have been able to show it. But maybe he did, though. Maybe in the scenes that we can't see, maybe he did. His shorts did slip down and slipped right up her cunt. But I didn't see anything fucking that was in detail, so I can't. I can only speculate. Well, anyway, this dude fucking his hair in hair getting slammed a bit and that. Well, he comes in to help because he's got a club and that. And then Bond slams her ass on like the hot sort of sauna sort of metal stuff and that. Grabs the water bucket that you throw onto the onto the rock coal pile sort of thing. Grabs it and then smashes it into the dude's face where he just fucking flies back and out. Well, then he grabs her and throws it. And like, obviously, in the film, I mean, in filming it, they're in a crash mat, but in the film, he's supposed to be throwing her fucking on hard concrete where, yeah, he probably just fucking slams her on it. That he's got enough time to get up his gun, and then he does the like famous sort of like line that was like in it where it's like no more foreplay sort of thing. You know, you're gonna tell me where Yanis is, or you're gonna take me to Yanis, because this is why I think it was one of them where she was supposed to meet him thinking he was going to be like a dude who she didn't know and wanted to buy some arms. Where when then she saw it was Bond, then she was like, because she didn't go in armed up. Maybe she was like trying to get out of there, like but Bond. But anyway, Bond like tells her she's real pissed off about this because she knows there's not what she can do because Bond's like at that stage, I think, where he will pull the trigger now because she bit his lip and tried to like crush his fucking reality. But anyway, she takes him to where it's like, oh, what there? See the chat there. Chat. But anyway, she takes him to like this abandoned sort of statue fucking scrapyard where he like says to her, "Oh yeah, did you have a nice evening and all that?" Where she plays a good part where she like, has that pissed off attitude where she's real pissed off because she got slammed and that and fucking now being forced to take him to fucking meet Yanis. Well, he says to us about like, oh yeah, I don't think we'll have a second date. I can't remember exactly what he says, but she's like, yeah, well, all right then. Well, I'll I'll see you around, and then he like chops her in the back of the head, knocks her out. Take that, you fucking bitch. I'll slap you in your back of your fucking head. But obviously, because she's a nasty bitch, she's like killed innocent people, you know. So. Well, Bond then gets out. He sees the fucking Tiger helicopter. Fucking that. He knew. Oh yeah. Fucking because that was his job to like yeah, because I should have fucking thingied written his objectives down, but I forgot to mention because yeah, M before he left, M told him that right, your job is to get back the fucking helicopter, or make sure fucking you um don't let it into the wrong hands, and find out what they're going to use the GoldenEye for, as in the keys and the fucking satellite thing. And once you find out what they're going to use the GoldenEye key for, or if you can't get the GoldenEye key back, just stop whatever they're going to use the GoldenEye key for. So his mission is to make sure that no one can use the Tiger helicopter, and whatever they're using the fucking GoldenEye key for, and satellite sort of EMP blasts, whatever they're going to use them for, stop it. So that was his two missions. So he's found sort of like part of his first mission. He's found where it is, but he obviously he can't just go get that now. But he sees where it is anyway. Well, then he starts walking around and that, where he hears someone say, "Hello, James," and he sees like a shadowy figure come out of this sort of like little thing. But anyway, it's Trevelyan, who's back from the dead, where Bond's like, fucking hell, what? I thought you were dead. And that, well, Trevelyan, he sort of like, don't tell him exactly, oh yeah, well, no, I just needed an excuse to fucking be dead, sort of thing. And I was using on or off, as my sort of like personal. Looked like he'd shoot me, but he didn't. Now, don't know if you're using blanks or he just shot past his face, because you never saw any blood, but you never seen any blood. don't fucking Bond films much. Well, not if they're gonna die anyway. Not when they're dead, as a lot. In this one you did, but it is a 15. So yeah, but you don't you usually see blood when it's a fresh kill. When you see him brain matter getting scattered. But anyway, um, Bond, he's like, oh, why did you do it, sort of thing. Because now he knows. Oh yeah, you're the fucking cunt that's stolen the fucking GoldenEye key and that. Well, uh, Alex Trollier, yeah, he fucking starts to like bring a bit of his life story, sort of thing, where he's like, oh yeah, the British recruited him, and he was like a Cossack kid who they thought he was too young to fucking remember how the fucking treat his family and that when they sent him back. But luckily enough for him, his dad sort of escaped, where then got recruited to the other sort of fucking branch and that. And he sort of tells Bond that, like, yeah, fucking, I don't do it for Queen or country and that sort of thing. I'm doing it for revenge. Where Bond sort of like tries to like fucking tell him to stop, but if he don't, Bond's gonna have to kill him. But Charlie don't give a fuck because he's like, oh no, I don't think you can kill me anyway. Where Bond goes to shoot him and that sort of thing. Where Chevalier he says some of the lads are fucking like you can't sort of fucking um, be loyal to your friends. You've got to be loyal to the fucking uh, queen and that. And like, yeah, you fucking think more about fucking like Britain's safety than fucking you do your friends. Uh, but Bond sort of like says, yeah, you need to be fucking crazy because you're gonna kill loads. You've been killing loads of people and that. Like, well, anyway, when he goes to pull the trigger, he gets shot in the neck by a like tranquilizer dart and that. Where he falls down, and then you see a dude. Might have been the dude who was pretending to be the admiral, or it might be fucking Xena on the top. It's hard to tell. Although I should zoom it in, shouldn't I? Yeah. It doesn't look like a woman. I'm sure it's a dude, but anyway. There's the fucking Harvey Oswald of fucking GoldenEye. Well, Bond then wakes up in the target helicopter and that with Natalie banging on his back seat, shouting "Wake up" and that. Where like he sees on the fucking control board that he's got like under 30 seconds before the missiles get launched and the target and location are exactly the same. So that means that the target is self-destruct. Well, Bond tries to like fucking do something, but he realizes his hands have been tied and that. Where fucking uh, Natalia says like, "Oh yeah, do something in that," and like Bond's like, "Oh, I'm a bit tired up at the moment." So like, there you are. Well, anyway, Bond headbutts the control panel where he turns on the power. Then he gives it another headbutt where he turns on like the motor. So like the eject seat is working. That's a bit of a spoiler, but anyway, fires the rockets, they fly out, and then they fly back in where Bond sees the fucking eject seat that's now activated, where he headbutts the button. He takes a few goes at it. There's a bit of a scene where it looks like it's going in his eye. Where the fucking thing is? Oh yeah, let's get that camera angle retook. Oh, move your head a bit this way or that way. But by the way, he finally headbutts the ejector seat where they're dummies in this and all. So you can tell, you know, when you freeze frame it. When you watch it, it gets ejected so quick that it's hard to tell what the dummies. But when you freeze frame it, yeah. Anyway, Bond and Natalia fucking get ejected up and that because the helicopter fucking rotor blades fly off when you press the ejector seat. So you don't get fucking smashed into the rotor blades. And then it flies up and that. Then the missiles come in, blow up the fucking rest of the Tiger helicopter. And the eject seat reaches a point where it starts to come down. And then fucking parachute deployments. Oh, what's it called? Deployed. Yeah, the parachute deployed fucking system gets activated, and then he fucking like float down where Bond helps her out, where she kicks him and that right in the shins and starts to run off. Where then he grabs her in that, and he's trying to calm her down, and then the Russian military turn up in jeeps where they get out with machine guns and that and take Bond and Natalie to the like holding cells, where then Bond and Natalie start to have a little chit chat, even though Bond is doing most of the chit chatting. Uh, yeah, well, he like says to where like, what do you know about Sylvania or whatever it was, where she was at with, and it got EMP'd. Well, she denies it and that she says, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about," sort of thing. Well, Bond's got a good idea because she was in the back of the fucking helicopter, and he knows that there's a good chance she's got something to do with all of this. Well, and because they want to kill her and all, he knows like, oh well, she can't be working for him. So he sort of like puts two and two together that she's the one that climbed out of the um, communications building. Well, she's not going to admit it until like Bond like gets a watch because the EMP's blast stopped a watch, and then he says, "Oh well, I bet your watch has been to Slovenia, wherever it was." Well, then she sort of like asks who he is and that, and but he, well, I don't think yeah, I think she might do, but he's like, no, it's not important. Just tell me what you know and that shit. Well, then she goes up into like a fucking story sort of thing where she says, "Oh yeah, she got like out of there and that sort of shit." But she don't tell Bond exactly what happened. But then Mitch King comes in, who's the head defense minister, who's thinking, "Oh yeah, James Bond and Natalie, they're going to have some idea of what's going on here." Well, anyway, Bond and Michigan sort of like arguing that, where Bond sort of like saying, "Oh yeah, you're like accusing us of doing some," even though he didn't really accuse him, but you could tell like he had his suspicions. Well, anyway, Bond's all like, you you need to start being a bit more pleasant," sort of thing. Well, Michigan's all like, "Look, just answer the questions," sort of thing, and then Bond's all like, "Well, I think Bond's just playing for time because he knows like fucking he's a bit fucking fucked up, as in he don't know exactly fucking, or he hasn't got no evidence or of like what's been going on and that, and so he's I think he's just playing for time and that, and hoping like fucking he'll can get more sort of plan to get out, sort of thing. Well, anyway, then Natalia, she's all like, "Oh yeah, stop it, you so you like boys with toys and that." Well, then she goes on to tell how she saw Omonov come in and fucking asked to fucking came in and told the dude to get the GoldenEye for him to do like a test run. Well, then Mishkin, he's all like, "All right, oh well, it's a Bond." Well, you say, "Look, I have got good questioning skills and that." Well, anyway, at this, fucking Olorov comes in and he starts kicking off at Mishkin, saying, "You're out of order. This is my investigation," because he knows fucking they tell you it's going to grass him up, which he already has done. Where fucking Mishkin's all like, "I'm out of order. What I've been hearing is you're out of order." Well, then Omarov, he grabs Bond's gun that's on the table because Mishkin brought it in and that, because the guards would have found it on him. Well, then fucking Omarov, some good acting here though. He's sort of like fucking knows, like he can't let this interview go on and that. And he knows that Mishkin's gonna be doing an investigation now on him, so he tries to like convince him that it's Bond, where he's like, "No, you don't know what it is. You don't know the enemies," and that. And he picks up the gun, sort of thing, where Mishkin's like, "Put it down, put it down," and I think he's just run out of options by this stage, because then all of a sudden Mishkin gets up to probably give him the fucking put the gun down and get out sort of thing. We'll deal with you later. Or get the guard. Well, anyway, Omarov, he just takes out the guard where Bond, like, dives out the way and grabs Nassau Taylor and that. Well, and then he just fucking puts one in Mishkin, killing them both. Then, like, Bond, and they tell you, see this. And that. But Omar, I didn't give a fuck because he's that last fucking dick. That was his only option. Well, it was rather that or confess that what he's been doing. Anyone gonna do that? But anyway, then he takes the magazine out of the gun and empties the bullets and puts the magazine back in the gun and throws it to Bond, where Bond catches it and puts it back in his holster, where then fucking Omarov, he's like, "Oh, James Bond, you killed the guard and the defense minister, and now I'm gonna have to kill you and get the guard," sort of thing. So, because then he goes to shout for the guards. Well, when he's shouting for the guards and trying to get his gun out, Bond slams the chair into his shins, knees him in the head, and then punches him in the face, and then grabs him and slams him up against the wall, where he knocks him out. Then two guards. This is some good fucking masculine action and nicely fucking done. So it's believable when you're not thinking, oh no, he stood around. He could have shot him then. This is done quite nice. If you're looking for a fucking nice fucking action scene, that's fucking GoldenEye does do some nice fucking realistic action scenes. Apart from when Zonatov sort of fighting, because but it's a bit, but that's sort of like fucking. Well, it's still some good fighting in that though, but it's a bit corny fighting. But these are like realistic fighting, as in it looks real convincing. Because when the guards were running in that, after he slammed um, Omarov off the sort of like pipe wall sort of thing and knocked him out, he like then boots the back of the door where it fucking flies right into the fucking second guard that runs in, where it smashes him in the face, knocking him out. Then he grabs the fucking first guard's fucking um called what um AK, yeah, his AK-47. He grabs his AK-47 or his AK little mini 47 anyway. His rifle. I should have said rifle, but I wanted to be like, oh yeah, because there's a lot of AK-47s in GoldenEye the game, but there's even more in the film. But anyway, he grabs his AK and then fucking punches him in the face and that. Like beats the shit out of him a little bit because I couldn't take so many screenshots. But yeah, fucking knocks him out anyway. Then gets the little mini AK-47, grabs Natalia, fucking runs out of there. Where he just starts taking fucking guys out now. Unfortunately, some of these guys are going to be innocent, like, but Bond's innocent. Uh, and they're probably not going to listen to Bond that much when they know when their fucking like high commander, their Colonel Amarov is saying different. You know, they're going to believe Amarov. So Bond's just taking them out. He don't give a fuck. It's his life. Oh, theirs. So he's like, yeah, fuck that. I'll take you bitches out. Uh, uh, uh. Yeah, a lot of shooting in this. One of them where I could have took a few more screenshots, but I didn't have time. Oh yeah, he was taking them out and that. And like shooting loads of fuckers and that. Well, then they get to the archives where they're running and that, and Bond starts pushing one of the archives shelves that is quite big because it's full, heavy and all because they're like full of fucking files and that. Well, anyway, managed to push them so they do a domino effect and like slam the door that they can't get in, so it shuts it. Well, Omar, he says, "Let's go downstairs," and that where Bond and Natalia fucking see him and that. And then Natalia drops some books, or she drops them off where they hear Bond and so they start shooting from the ground. From the ground, And Bond starts shooting back. Once again, just fucking taking fucking loads of dudes out. Well, anyway, gets to a stage where fucking he takes quite a few fucking dudes out. That like the second floor is getting quite full now. Well, not full, but there's a few entering onto the second floor that we say, or first floor that we say, but second floor for Americans, but first floor for UK, because they come from the ground floor onto the first floor. That Bond gets his belt out and like wraps it sort of thing, so he's got like a handle. Well, they run along and they tell you the shooting and that they loosen one of the platforms that she falls down, but you get caught by the guards that are on the ground floor and that. Then Bond, he's like, fuck that, I can't go up, there's too many, I can't go back, I've just got to get out of here. But he fires the like grappling sort of fucking belt that like sticks into the wall, I mean into the ceiling, and like he swings across like Tarzan and Luke Skywalker and that shit. That when he gets to the other side, he boots one of the guards in the face, masculine action, and smashes through the window, even more masculine action. Does like about a 30-foot drop onto back of a van that's padded to fuck, because that would have been like a crash mat to make it look like a back of a van. But in the film, it's supposed to be like a back of a van, pole in there, sort of thing. But anyway, gets off the fucking truck and that sort of shit. Sees fucking Omarov taking fucking Natalia in the car. Well, the car fucking burns out of there quick as poss. Well, Bond can see some guards rushing in, and quite a few. Well, anyway, he sees a tank in there. Well, then you see fucking Omarov and Natalia in the car, sort of getting whisked away, sort of thing. And then you see a fucking tank bursting through the fucking wall. This is a great fucking chase scene, this here. Great fucking shooting scene in the archives. I say there was even more fucking action that I couldn't. There was so many screenshots. But yeah, Bond smashes through and that in this scene they like pretty much built a little fucking like houses and that shit sort of thing so they could smash through them, because they couldn't smash through anything that was originally there. They'd have to like build some and make it look like it was supposed to be there, so then they could smash through them. Well, we're often not to see this and that, and like Omar does a great bit where he's all the way through this chase scene. Like I didn't take any screenshots of it, say to it, but all through this chase scene, he's just drinking fucking vodka probably from a hip flask. Well, yeah, the see Bond smashed him through and that. They like Bond chasing them and that. Where they go through this little narrow alleyway and then Bond just smashes through it in a tank and that. Fucking great seeing this and that. This is the sort of stuff that you fucking ain't gonna get fucking much. Because Bond, they just fucking do some fucking class stuff where it's like, oh yeah, that is fucking great. And they do it so fucking good. It looks so realistic and all when you're seeing this. Even though you know it's a film set. But the way it's, because like it's proper, so it's a proper tank going through a proper wall. It's just that, well, it's a proper tank going through a wall. It's just that the wall ain't proper. The wall sort of like done, sort of like more brittle, so it smashes easy. Nope. So Red Shirt says, Jens Peder, this was a solid chasing brother. I got to hit the sack now. A great review. Very well done. Keep it up. Excellent work. Cheers. So Red Shirt, man, yeah. Yeah, it's a solid chase. Yeah. Oh, brother. Oh, yeah, fucking great seeing this. But yeah, cheers. So Red Shirt, man. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the shit they did with this tank is fucking Bond fucking moments and that. But yeah, so Bond just chasing through and you see him like go through the wall and that, and it's all dusty and that. And so when they're like following sort of jeeps of fucking KGB agents or KGBs or Russian soldiers or whatever, it's all dusty, and so the fucking drive straight into the fucking river sort of thing. Even though if anyone who was driving knew the area, that they'd have known. Oh yeah, well it's a sharp right or left when you come to here, or are you going straight into the water? But in this occasion, they didn't. Well, Bond starts like going down the sort of street and that. Well, other often that go on to the other side where it's across the bridge that's too small for Bond in his tank, so he has to go back where there's other tanks that have like caught up to him where they start reversing like fuck backwards, shooting and that, but Bond's in a tank where some cars that had crashed because like with them reversing cars backwards, there's some cars that didn't see them reverse backwards, so they crashed into them. And so then Bond sort of like smashes out over them. Some great fuck. If you like to see tanks crushing up cars, and yeah, this scene is fucking great because a few cars get crushed and that. Well, yeah, so he goes over like another bridge sort of thing to get back onto the side of Bond where fucking people are like flying over and that. Yeah. And then Bond's just crushing cars and that, where there's a bit of an 18 moment where they get out alive there, where it was it was looking very thingy because he gets proper crushed that. But well, anyway, Then Bond, he comes to like a fucking roundabout, but he just goes straight through it. His tank's not as fast as the car, and so he's slowly losing fucking ground on the car, but he takes his shortcut in that way. The statue, he goes through the statue podium thing, and the statue itself lands on the fucking roof, where he starts to like chase after. This is sort of like where like, oh yeah, it's a Bond film. In real life, it probably wouldn't happen. It just smashed through fucking in and that. But in a Bond film, though, the tank smashes through, and as the fucking horse is and the dude's statue on top. Well, anyway, they get to a stage where fucking two cop cars are behind him, and that, and there's a sort of like outstretched building that's fucking got a little archway where the statue and that gets caught up in a window. That Bond's tank just goes straight on. Well, it drops down, it lands onto the cop cars and that, where they're racing along. They're being best off to stop at this stage, but they're probably wanting to catch up to Bond and that. Well, Bond, he's stopped, and so they just go smash him right into the back. Just fuck the cars up totally. Bond like drives off. Well, Omarov and Natalia. Well, Omarov anyway. He's took Natalia to where Trevelyan and Xena are with their train that they have. And Bond, he's sort of like where the camera view was, like on this, because this is the sort of view he gets, but he sees them in going into the train and that. But he's on this sort of like ledge thing where he must have took a wrong turn or couldn't get through the gates. But anyway, he sees like they've gone into the train and that, where he sort of just sort of bends goes on sort of thing. Well, when Omarov gets in there, Trevelyan he's a bit sort of like, oh, what's all happening sort of shit. Well, Omarov just got going to tell him about Bond and Mishkin nearly fucking knowing. Well, he did know, but nearly fucking getting him sort of like jailed for fucking treason. And so he sort of like saying to me, oh yeah, I'm like a bit on the run sort of thing. I had to leave, nowhere I could fucking go sort of thing. Well, he tells her like, oh yeah, Bond escaped and that. But Trevelyan's like, oh, well, that's good news for Bond, bad news for you. Well, Trevelyan is a bit worried in that. But he don't say shit because he knows. I mean, Omarov is a bit worried in that, but he doesn't say shit because he knows Trevelyan's fucking a crazy cunt, and he will kill him if he fucking starts to piss him off by not doing what he says. And he's already in Trevelyan's bad books for fucking having to fucking have Bond still alive when he's free in that. Well, the train is moving and it's on its way, going past sort of like little villages or whatever. And then like Trevelyan starts to talk to Natalia, like trying to come on to her, because he starts like telling her like, oh yeah, me and James, we always share everything. And he's like, all right, yeah. Like there's a difference between sharing some guns or something and women, but Trevelyan doesn't see it like that. Well, then you see Bond come sort of like out with the tank because he's facing on the tracks now. Don't know exactly how he got in front of them. Maybe they just had to go around in a circle or something, or a big looping sort of like fucking junction thing where Bond could easily like just go through. But anyway, Bond gets into this tunnel before the train. And then like Trevelyan starts to like kiss fucking the Natalia on the neck and that. Well, Natalia don't like it and that. She's like, oh fucking not interested in that. But then he like gets a kiss sort of thing on the mouth where she pushes him off and gives him a slap where he's all like, oh, take care, make sure she don't fucking, a watch her sort of thing, because the alarms go off because the driver of the train has noticed there's Bond on the fucking tracks and that, where Trevelyan and Xena like look on a camera because there's no windows, but there's a camera where they can see what's in front of the track and that, or in front of the train, what's on the track. Well, Xena's all excited because she's like, oh yeah, he's gonna sort of like disrail us and that. Well, Trevelyan, he's all like, right, well, full steam ahead sort of thing, ram through him, where the train driver sort of like hears the call of just full steam ahead. So he goes full steam ahead, where Bond shoots the cannon on the tank, using his fucking tank cannons on it, and blows like a little bit of a dent, but the train's still going. But Bond gets out of the fucking tank, and then the train just smashes through the tank, sort of like demolishing it. Where Trevelyan and Xena get like shook around a bit because fucking it would have been a bit of a hectic fucking crash and that, because the speed it goes at, you have to go at some speed to smash through a tank whilst on fire. So, but the train is supposed to be armored up. So you can like probably smash through a tank if you've got the right armor on. Well, yeah, the train sort of stops in that. So probably the fucking train driver might have fucking stopped it, or he might have been chucked around by he accidentally stopped the train. Or there might be wreckage underneath the train track wheels, sort of thing. That yeah, it won't budge. Well, Natalia tries to fucking escape, but Omarov fucking grabs her in that because he's been told to fucking watch her in that, make sure she don't fucking run her out or do anything fucking stupid. Well, Trevelyan sort of gets himself up and that, but not enough that he can grab the gun or the rifle, the AK little mini sort of thing. That Bond stands on it, and then he's all like, "Get up and that. Where is she? I want her back." It'll be fucking kidnapping people that fucking know about GoldenEye and how to use it. Because Bond in the 90s, he wasn't all that clued up on computers much. Or hard programming anyway. He knows how to use a few computers, but when it came to like the hard programming and all that shit, well, anyway, well, yeah, he's all like fucking blasé about it and that. Yeah. Um, he's like, oh, like, were you sort of like doing Mr. Bond? You got no chance, so like, of stopping like the mission and that. Uh, he says something along the lines of like, fucking, uh, yeah, you need to go to hell or something. And Bond's like, well, you first, sort of thing. And then like, probably he has to shout, or who comes in with Natalie with a gun at her head, where then um, Trevelyan, he's saying like, oh yeah, you got a choice, sort of like, um, rather kill me and she dies, or put down your gun and I might let her live. Well, Bond's like, no, I don't give a fuck about her. He's like, you kill her if you want. All, all I want is sort of like fucking to stop you using the golden eye. Anyway, Trevelyan's like, all right then. Well, it tells Omarov to kill her. Well, then Bond, yeah, he's like, okay then. Well, if you don't care about her, Omarov, and like nods, he gives a nod to Omarov to shoot her. Well, then Bond turns round, shoots fucking Omarov. That fucking he's dead, and that. then tries to shoot Trevelyan and Xena, and which in the 64 game, this was a cunt level on hard. Because you'd rather shoot fucking um, Natalia and it'd be game over. Or else you'd fucking miss them because you was doing away him too close to Natalia. Like, oh, you bastard. Well, anyway, as they escape, the fucking doors slam and fucking lock up and that shit, where it's armoured plating so that it's really fucking thick steel around the edges and that. Well, Natalia sees like Boris is downloading some files and that because he don't realise. Well, Boris don't realise that fucking Natalia is now free. He thinks that she'll be fucking dead or imprisoned. So he's downloading some files and that. And so Natalia fucking gets on the computer and that, where then in one of the compartments, a helicopter fucking appears where it flies off and that. But before then, though, Trevelyan says to James, "Oh yeah, I've set the timers, as in I'm gonna blow up the train. I've set the timers to blow up for 6 minutes, like the 6 minutes you gave me." Which Natalia don't understand, and then Bond's like, "Oh, he means we've got 3 minutes." Where fucking Bond gets out his watch and that. Oh yeah, then they fly off. Yeah, Boris is just downloading files at the Trevelyan sort of headquarters base, where Natalia sends a spike, where the spike gets sent to fucking Boris. Well, then it's Bond with his laser watch, where this was a good level on the 64. Because you had to get the like fucking square bit cut and that shit, so fucking you could get out. But on the real hard level, it took me fucking quite a bit, a few days probably, to realise that you had to stay in the compartment. I think I even had to have some advice from a mate where you got to stay in the last the compartment until she's free. But I used to rush out as soon as I'd done the exit sort of thing. By the way, Bond's cutting a fucking exit panel for him out with his laser watch. Then, because she's into his computer, she needs his password, which is something you sit on but you can't take with you, which was a chair in the end. That Bond says, "Oh, it's a chair." So she fucking gets searching for the location of where Boris is because she spiked him, and so now she can find his location. Like it starts to show sort of like where he's been bouncing off other fucking ghost sort of links. So they think he's there, but he's not. Well, anyway, Bond gets to where he's fucking kicking the floor paneling, and he's saying to Nat, "Come on, come on." Well, she is still fucking at the computer reading where then Boris knows that he can't fucking um, clear the spike off his computer in time. That he just starts ripping out some motherboards and that from the fucking main computer and that. And they all start sparking and that. So he hadn't even bothered turning off the fucking PC before he's ripping them out. But with them, because the real big computers, maybe the on and off switch is fucking located in a different room. I don't know. But anyway, he's just ripping out the motherboards. Where Bond's like, come on, let's go, let's go. We've got 20 seconds left or something. Well, Natalie sees where the fucking end communication spot was going to appear, but Bond fucking. Oh, no, Bond. Boris rips out enough fucking motherboard connectors and that it disconnects the search program and it terminates it. But they get a rough idea of where they are. They know it's somewhere in the Caribbean. Well, anyway, Bond gets out, goes through the fucking hatch, where then Natalie joins him, where Bond grabs her so that they run away from the explosion, where they do an explosion dive from the blast, and then Bond, he's all like, well, I guess we're going to, or I guess I'm going to Cuba, or Caribbean. I think it ends up in Cuba though, but they know it's like in the Caribbean where they tell you it's like, oh well, I'll have to come with you because I'm the only one that can fucking program the GoldenEye key. Out of them two anyway, because Bond, as I say, he's got a rough idea of computers, but when it comes to the GoldenEye key program and all that, I was just do it like he's not all that good at it because he'd learn, but at this stage she wants to go along, so it's like okay then, where they start having a kiss and that shit, and ends up in a shag because you don't see the aftermath from this shag, but you see it from another shag, and so he's shagging, and so this would have been the third shag. Unless he just finger banged there, but anyway. Then you see Bond and Natalia in the Caribbean, like Cuba sort of thing, where yeah, they've had a shag. And so Bond's like driving and that with like the talking about and how I think nice the weather is and all that shit. But anyway, we get to a stage where the fucking onboard sat nav thing comes out and there's a fucking other vehicle that's fucking showing up, which turns out it's Jack Wade, who's landing like a plane there for him, and the telly's a bit gutted that fucking he flew over and landed right in front of him. But then he gives him a bag, gives Bond a bag that Q gives him to give Bond, where he checks it out and that, where he's got his pen and what a PK thing. Definitely got that explosive pen in it. So. Well, um, Jack Wade says, "Oh yeah, he checked Cuba and that, and there's no big satellite dish because they're looking for a communications tower sort of thing, like the one back in that Scenery area, wherever it was. But they can't see any, and um, Jack Wade, but Wade anyway, he's like, oh yeah, no, they're in, they're in one around here. Well, he tells him like, oh yeah, keep close, fly under the radar sort of thing. But um, Tavallion knows you're coming, so be careful. Well, Bond gives Wade the keys, where he tells him don't press any buttons and blow up shit, which you don't see. But Wade's like, oh no, I'm all right. I'll just sort of like have a bit of a burn. So fucking like wheel spins it out off and that. Well, then it turns into the fucking honeymooners, but only for like 2 minutes because Natalia comes starts talking to Bond about fucking he's gonna like risk his life to fucking get this GoldenEye key back, and she's trying to talk him out of it, but Bond's like, no, it's my job. This film's gonna be real shit if the end is just me and you sat on a beach. Well, unless we fucking kick some ass. But anyway, she like kisses it. Well, no, he kisses her head, but she tries like she don't want it, but then she does. Well, anyway, then it's in. He probably shagged on the beach there, and or if he did shag on the beach, he went home and shagged. Or I think they've had two maybe because I don't know. It looks like one of them private islands. But anyway, she's like talking to him, and she's saying, "Oh yeah, back there on the train when you said you didn't love me and you weren't bothered if they shot me and that. Were you telling the truth?" And Bond says, "Yeah." He says, "I always bluff my opponents and that." Well, anyway, she like hits him with the pillow and that, and then gets shagging. I thought I took the screenshot of him. There we go. Yeah, it's a shag. Do you really love me? Yeah. Shake time. Yeah. Yum yum. Oh, well, anyway, then you see the helicopter aeroplane that Bond got from Wade, and the flying rail law to keep under the radar and that. and he asks Natalie for some directions and that. Like she gives him some where they're flying over this fucking bit of land and that, but they can't see no tower. Well, Bond says, well, let's have another look. So they have a second flyover, where this time, as they're flying over, a fucking missile comes launching out from the water, or in this case, the like lake, that fucking takes out fucking one of the wings that Bond has to then crash land. Then, as he's come around from the crash landing, he's noticed Natalia's crashed out and that, so he kicks out the door, drags Natalia to safety, and then crashes out. Well, then he wakes up, sort of thing, and sees like a chopper hovering above him. Where he gets up and that, tries to have a closer look, but he can't really see much apart from silhouettes. Where he sees one silhouette abseiling down, where it's Xena who boots him right in the chest and that. Good bit of fucking like action in that for a woman, because basically though, I don't think that's Pierce Brosnan though. I think that's a dude with probably a bit of padding on his chest, and they just said to that woman, right, obviously she can abseil. So abseil down there and boot him in the chest. I think it's stunt people that do this bit. But if it was a Pierce Brosnan and Jensen bed, then yeah, it's fucking good. But anyway, so as she's booted him in his chest, he falls on the floor, but then she stamps on his back, then takes a run up and boots him in his fucking ribs. But then she grabs on him and that with her legs, and she says, "Oh yeah, something like it's my turn to show you how it's done," sort of thing. Well, Bond tries to fight off the hold, but it's too strong. And as I say, like I don't even think a dude could do this move, but she could be like a cyborg. You know, these Russian experiments. I don't know. But anyway, she's like crushing fucking Bond's like sides in again, crushing his like lungs and that, so he can't breathe. Where Natalia tries to like hit her with a log, but she grabs the log and blocks it. And this is the bit that got cut from the 15 to make it a 12. I know this bit definitely got cut because I watched it because I've got two versions. It's like, oh yeah, this bit wasn't in it. But yeah, as she goes to like hit her with a log, Xena grabs her and headbutts her where she falls, and where Natalia falls down and that, knocked out. Well, Bond has like a second or two of Xena because she like talks a bit. She gives it, oh, wait your turn before she nuts her. And so Bond has that little second or two as when she headbutts her, Bond gets it they're like abseiling safety fucking hook. Sort of like latch, like a safety latch thing that he hooks the abseil rope onto her hardest, then like shoots up at the helicopter where he hits enough of it, he fucks up the pilot and the helicopter, that the helicopter starts going down, where it pulls Xena right back into a tree, where it fucking probably would have like torn her in two, probably, but in this version, it just sort of like crushes their fucking rib cage in, probably, like what she does to people, sort of thing. Like her lungs would have got like fucking crushed in or whatever. But anyway, Bond like fucking uh, sort of like gets Nina, I mean Natalia, and then the helicopter crashes and explodes. Where their Bond looks up at Xena and gives a witty line of, "Oh, she always did like a tight squeeze. Oh, she always did like a bit of a squeeze. Oh, she was always one for a squeeze." Something like that. But anyway, then you see Trevelyan with Boris, where he's telling Boris to erect the antenna. Where Boris is a bit like, no, I don't want to do it right now. We still got fucking 5 minutes left or something. Where Trevelyan's like, no, do it now. Fucking. So he's got that 5 minute fucking play time probably, which I should start doing with these fucking screenshots. But anyway, Boris says, okay then, yeah, and starts raising the antenna, which you see these sort of like um, towers like erecting up, like hydraulic towers erecting up. Must be um, like power system and that. Yeah, I've got like loads of stuff in that base that maybe, yeah. But anyway, you see it, so these antennas that start erecting up from the ground start to like pull up this fucking antenna thing that like Bond and Natalia see, where they're going for a bit of a closer inspection and that. But then you see the GoldenEye sort of disc and keys sort of thing to start up the GoldenEye. So Tavan gives it to fucking Boris and tells him, oh yeah, there we go, start the GoldenEye up. Well, the antenna's still like forming, where now it's got the dish in the bottom of the river, and so now it's draining out all the water down a funnel, all that, it all drains in, and they have themselves a fucking satellite dish, well, antenna dish that they could control the GoldenEye laser, or GoldenEye EMP uh, launcher. Wait. Bond and Italian get sort of like in there, sort of like down a bit where the antenna is, and like climbing through. Well, um, Italian thing, and that gets a key. To get the key, sort of thing. Oh, well, then a guard comes in and shows Trevelyan a little TV camera, a little screen. Nice picture in that. And you can see Bond and Natalia sort of like climbing through onto where the dish is, sort of thing. Where Ryan's like, oh, just kill them. So they send out some fucking soldiers and that will start shooting at them, but from a distance. That they hit the sides, and that way they both sort of jump down into the dish, where they start sliding down it, where Bond gets to the end first, sort of thing, where he puts his feet on a little ledge and catches Natalia. Yeah, Natalia. And that way she's all like, oh yeah, buzzing. And then you see Boris and Trevelyan with the keys and that, and they turn on the GoldenEye machine, where their destination now is London. And counter goes off, like 30 minutes later. Well, the MP3 GoldenEye distributor that's up in orbit starts to like fucking position itself and that. Well, at the bottom of that dish, there was like a hatch thing that Bond and Talia looking at opened. You don't see them open, you see them look at the hatch. But they open it and they climb down the hatch where it's on the sort of like top, well, it'd be like third floor. They're on the third floor of the fucking main headquarters of Trevelyan, is sort of like evil layer base, even though it's a bit more like a fucking army barracks than a enemy's layer base. But it's still classed as and it's where everything's going off in that year. Well, Bond, okay, like checks and that, says, oh yeah, you guys, that, but I'm I'm gonna do fucking much damage as possible. So, yeah, so pretty good shooting here because he runs. It takes like 3 hours, like fucking with his Walter PK and that. Don't even have like a AK-47 or an AK Mini 47 at this stage. Well, he starts to like set some bombs and some Tam man bombs sort of thing. Oh no, the remote. Yeah, because if you play GoldenEye, they're the remote Tam. They're the remote fucking mans. Well, yeah, like pretty good scenes here, man. Where the fucking action and that, like shooting at Bond, but Bond's like just coolly just fucking planting these. Well, anyway, he plants a few and then gives himself up, throws his Walter PK out, and then throws his hands up. So like walks out. Where then they like pat him down and that sort of shit. Well, you see, like the remote mans are there with holes. Like I don't know if Bond did them or just random holes, but there's a lot of I think what is supposed to be gasoline or petrol gasoline, as we call it. But it looks more like Ribena or blackcurrant juice. Anyway, really watered down blackcurrant juice. But you're not going to have fucking gasoline fucking floating around it on a studio, are you? So, yeah, they had to do something, but I thought I thought vinegar would be more suitable, but then the fucking studio would stink of vinegar. But anyway, well, the tell you, she fucking got into the computer, one of the computer rooms, and starts like hacking in to the system and that. Where and Bond, he's been took to Valiant, where Valiant's all like, "Oh, Q's still doing these gadgets and that." Okay, well, he don't know what the gadget is and that, and so like he puts it down, and then he gets his watch, where he noticed like Bond's got a red flashing light on it, and so he like presses the stop button to cancel out the remote man. So he's like disarmed him. Where you see a bit of the fucking petrol, gasoline, or whatever it is, fucking running down. Where someone would have noticed this by now. The, like one or two drips, you might think, oh, bit of condensation, but when it's like that. But anyway, there are sort of like having to probably treat the injured and that, so they're probably thinking, uh, someone will do that, someone will clean that mess up. But anyway, then you see fucking Natalia, who's hacked into like the system and just seeing there's transactions going on with the Bank of England and Taverna's Commerce Bank, which is their sort of bank account. Well, to Valiant, he saw like fucking tells Bond like, oh yeah, fucking, you like, can't stop me in that shit. Fucking, don't know why you bothered, sort of like. And then Bond's like, looks and sees like the transaction where he says, oh, to Zavalian, oh, so you're gonna use the GoldenEye to like put a EMP bomb as you're drawing out money, so there'll be no record of you going in and drawing out or transferring Bank of England money into your bank account once you've dropped the EMP. That there'll be no record. And like Dralian's like, oh yeah, well, so like, yeah, well, that's a bit of a bonus, but really, I just want to see London sort of fucking be thrown into fucking uh, chaos and getting back for his family and that. He says like they'll be put in the Stone Age and that sort of stuff, and so I think he's hoping that it'll kill most of like the MR5 branch, even though I think he just because it's like a 30-mile radius that this EMP pulse does, so he's definitely going to take the full of London out. And so yeah, I think maybe he just wants to take everyone out of London. Just wants to see London burn. Might have something to do with the Queen because he's been doing missions for the Queen. But anyway, Bond sort of like says, "Oh yeah, but you sort of like fucking a thief. You're a common thief. You're still just doing about a common thief sort of thing." Well, Tabali, I think that's when he tells him like he just wants to destroy London and that. But he's definitely gonna fuck up London for his own personal reasons and to get some money and all, because that will fund his operation. Well, they find because yeah, uh, the Valiant said find the Talia sort of thing. Have a look, see if, or find if there's anyone with Bond, you know. And they find Natalia, which is a computer in that, and they try and drag her off. But before they drag her off, she presses the send button, which then the encryption in progress happens, where she's broken, and then she's encrypting every sort of like password. So even though you know the password, it's encrypted. And so unless you know the encryption to that password, like it's useless. So she's putting an encryption sort of bug on all the like passwords probably. But anyway, uh, yeah, it's value fucking. Like giving Bond like loads of shit saying, "Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you to join me, but or he could be he could have said this other thing." But anyway, he says to like Bond sort of thing, you doing it for Queen and country, and I know you won't like betray it, so and you, and so you gonna die, sort of thing. Well, then they bring the tell you in where fucking civilians all like, all right, yeah, I wondered like if Bond was by himself or whatever. Well, Natalia sees fucking Boris because he's all like, oh, Natalia, because he's real chuffed to see her because he fancies her. Well, she runs over, starts beating him up like a cyanide bitch. Like if he's a Wonder Woman reading, Buffy watching cyanide. Well, the guards fucking grab her and that and drag her off him in that. Where he gets up and that, looking like he's just realised Shield's going to be a pile of shit. And he's told everyone he's going to be fucking watching it. But anyway, he then gets up and starts telling Natalia never to do that again and that. And like Trevelyan, he's laughing a bit because he's fucking seeing him getting slapped around, and he don't give a fuck about Boris. I think he don't really like him. He only has him around because he's like one of the top fucking computer programmers and that. Well, Boris is giving shit to Natalia when Natalia tells him like he's a fucking piece of shit worm who's going to be killing real people. It's not a game. Well, he goes to hit her. Oh, he goes to hit her, and Trevelyan catches her arm and that. His arm, should I say. He's all like, look, just fucking do your job, sort of thing. Fucking leave her to us. Well, then you see that the retro rockets are firing, which is putting it out of orbit, is putting it back into orbit, and that, and is pushing it out of position because Natalia hacked into it and fucking probably just set it on a course to Earth as fast as possible, where it's going to be, where she knows it's going to burn up. So the retro rockets are firing, and then Boris, he's there, sort of like flicking around his pen, and he's grabbed Bond's pen at this stage because he's using it as one of them fidget spinners. He's like spinning it around like a drumstick and then clicking the pen clicker. Well, he's trying to like decrypt the codes that Natalia's crypted, and like Trevelyan gets a bit sort of pissed off because he's like, I thought you was the best sort of thing in that, and then Trevelyan he's all like, look, she's the one that did it and that. She's fucking knows the like code in that. If you want, he's basically saying if you want to get the code quicker than me hacking it, just get her to tell you. So then Trevelyan grabs Bond sticks a gun in his head and that. And like tells fucking Natalia to give it the encryption code to Boris so he can regain control of the GoldenEye and not have it burn up into fucking the Earth's atmosphere. Well, Natalia says no, she ain't gonna do it, and then he's like, "Well, I'm gonna blow Bond's brains out," sort of thing. But she's like, "No, I don't care. I I don't love him," which is the play on what was happening in the train and that. Well, Trevelyan, he he's like thinking, "Fuck it, maybe she doesn't love Bond." I tell you what I'll do. I'll just stick the gun in your fucking head, sort of thing. Now tell me what the fucking um, encryption code is. Well, she's still like no. So then Boris, he gets real frustrated now because he's sort of like seeing like, oh yeah, if he don't get this fucking GoldenEye sort of satellite fucking EPM transmitter fucking machine back on its original course, fucking there'll be no use for him. And in crime organisations, when there's no use for you, they usually want to get rid of you because they don't like loose ends. But anyway, he's got the gun at her head, but she's still not saying. So Boris starts like waving the pen in her face, telling her to fucking give him the code now, sort of thing. Well, Bond sort of sees that he's pressed the button 3 times, where then he just whacks it out of his hand. Now, how far this goes, I'm not quite sure because they don't really show you, but it goes far enough. Must be on the the floor above him, gets through an air vent, I think. That it lands in some flammable shit. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly what flammable shit that is. It could be anything. But anyway, whatever it is, it fucking blows. Cause it fucking takes out the like first floor. As I say, must be an air vent. Or maybe that's like a fucking bit where you can look down on um uh, your employees, when you're strolling around on the fucking first floor and you like, oh, let's have a look what they're doing. So they have like a don't have a ceiling in. That's why it's got a like. But anyway, the pen lands up on the first floor, blows fucking like the first floor part because the chain reaction probably starts off with their mines and all that fucking other flammable fluid that looked like petrol, but I don't know exactly what it was. Well, I'm saying it's petrol. It looked purpley, so it probably wasn't petrol, maybe. But anyway, whatever it was, fucking flammable, it fucking blows. And then Bond and Natalia rush to a lift, get in the lift. Trevelyan, he fucking runs to safety round the corner. Boris does a nice jump for a cyanide over a table to get to like safety, and he's shitting it. Then, whilst Bond and Natalia are in the lift, going up. Bond asked Natalia if Boris can crack air codes, where Natalia says, "Oh yeah, sooner or later he will crack the code because he's like fucking one of the best." Well, according to fucking GoldenEye, he is the best. So, but anyway, well, Bond's like, "All right, well, in that case, then we've got to fuck up the dish because if they get the program back working, so they can control the fucking GoldenEye EPM dis, dispute, dis, dis, um, distribute, distribute, distributor sort of thing. As in, it fires the fucking EPM fucking blast. Boris sooner or later is, Bond knows Boris sooner or later is going to get control of that. So if he does get control of that, if he fucks up the dish, then the don't matter how much control he's got on the system. If the antenna dish is not fucking sending out the signal, then it's not going to be able to be controlled. So, with that in mind, Bond gets Natalia to just lay like dead or knocked out on the lift where the guard sees her, and he's a bit curious, so he walks over to see if she's all right, or to see if she's been shot or whatever. Maybe she was a traitor. She didn't be right in the shooting. Anyway, he goes over, and this is a good bit. Stuntman here, because I don't think it was Pierce Brosnan, because like you don't really see him, and you can tell the stuntman he's not exactly got the same haircut as Pierce Brosnan, even though it's quite similar. It's not exactly the same, but anyway, as the guard gets into the lift to check out the Tellier, Bond jumps down, starts slamming him around the fucking lift till he gets knocked out unconscious. Then Bond gives her the Walter PK and takes the dude's AK-47. Tells us to like fucking be safe, sort of thing. He's got to fuck up this antenna because he asks her what is the sort of best thing to do, and she tells him like the middle sort of fucking antenna. As long as that stops working, then fucking it won't be able to control it. Well, anyway, so he legs it down there. Well, Trevelyan tells Boris to get fucking a job on fucking finding all the fucking codes and that to get back online. Well, get back in control because he's online. Getting back in control of the GoldenEye EPM distributor. Yeah, distributor. Anyway, Trevelyan shouts for a guard to give him a gun and that, or an AK, and then tells him like I should have took a screenshot, but there's so many. And tells him to like watch Boris, where he sticks a gun in Boris's head. Boris just like looks, then just gets typing real quick, like if his life depended on it. But anyway, Trevelyan, he jumps into this cage that like fucking winches him up to the middle of the well, sort of like cable cars, sort of him up to the middle of the dish antenna. Well, you see the EPM distributor coming into like the Earth's orbit where it starts to fucking burn up a bit and that. It's not totally fucked, but it's getting to a danger level. But anyway, the Valiant starts shooting at Bond and that, where Bond starts shooting back. Some nice fucking jumping here, because like I took screenshots, so. But if you haven't seen GoldenEye, fucking watch it. Like, we should watch all the fucking Bond films. I'll give you a pass on the last Daniel Craig one, but you should watch nearly all of the Bond films. And especially the GoldenEye, because there's some nice fucking stunt work where they're like throwing themselves around and that. And like it's looking proper fucking masculine action. It's not slow or soy. It's fucking. And considering these are actors and all, well, partly actors in the scenes, they're partially in the action scenes, but the action scenes that they are in, they're fucking doing good for actors. Obviously, they've got the stuntmen there because there's one stunt I know Pierce Brosnan did not do. If Pierce Brosnan does this stunt that's coming up, it'll be like fucking hell, Pierce. Respect. I should have looked it up. But anyway. Bond starts shooting down and that. And he runs out of ammo because he just fucking laser full mag. He's out in the open. He's fucking knowing like it's now or never. And then Trevelyan, he fucking shoots back, but he's out of ammo and all. So he gets his revolver out. Like, catches up to a bit near where you can see Bond because he gets on the platform and that. Honestly, these stills don't do it justice, but well, this is the stunt I'm talking about because whilst Trevelyan is shooting at Bond, Bond is running down some stairs where he just does a fucking dive. Honestly, like I know that this is not Pierce Brosnan. Not saying fucking I don't blame Pierce Brosnan because I was making a film and they went to me, oh yeah, there's a scene where you're running down these stairs, the main villain starts shooting at you, and then you just got to fucking throw yourself down these stairs like Superman. Which he does. And then he fucking sort of like lands it and rolls sort of back onto his feet. Nice. I said, oh yeah, good fucking move and that. It's shot in two, so it might have been one of them where he was just jumping into pads, like on match shot. Like he was just like jumping, doing like a back or a forward flip into some pads. Maybe I don't know. And the camera angles cut the pads off. I don't know, but it might have been taken in fucking one take, but that camera angle is so close. I don't think it was. But anyway, he like fucking rolls down and like runs on and that. Whilst Trevelyan, even though you can clearly tell here that is not fucking Sean Bean. That is like the stunt dude for Sean Bean. But anyway, gets to a stage where Boris has regained control of the fucking GoldenEye EPM dis, um, distributor. That fucking he gets real chuffed. Claims he's invincible, which is sort of like catchphrase in this film. Well, as soon as he gets like control, he sort of like tries to get out of orbit and that. I mean, back into orbit. Well, then Trevelyan kicks down a door where Bond grabs his, or he punctures him and then grabs his arm, and like this fight scene is fucking good. There's one or two stunt doubles and that, but you can tell even when you pause it, unless it's fucking where it has done on this way, it's motion blur. But apart from motion blur, you can tell like oh it's them because yeah, Pond like grabs his arm and then like throws him over or grabs the gun off him, throws him over this fucking like railing sort of thing that he lands on some stairs like about 6. It's only a 6 foot drop, but it's still gonna fucking hurt. But anyway, then instead of running down to Valiant, he's about to, but he sees like a metal pole and the chain that's moving the satellite dish that's controlling the GoldenEye EP EMP distributor machine that he sticks a bit in the chain, so it gets to a point where it fucking starts blocking the clog where the clog can't turn, and it starts to like fucking malfunction. Where Boris fucking sees this, it's just a bit about it. Then Bond is like looking for Trevelyan and that where he goes in this room where you think he might be, but as he's like coming, because he sees the control system, and so he about to go to the control system when all of a sudden fucking and like this screenshot doesn't do it justice when you see it. And, like Trevelyan sort of like swings off one of the bars through. He's like followed Bond through the hatch that Bond's come through, and like kicks him in his face, and then like punches him in his face. But then like Bond grabs him and fucking slams him through these like little pole sort of things, and then boots him in his face. But then fucking Trevelyan, and this fight scene, when you see this fight scene, it fucking is a fucking good fight scene. Considering they're actors and that, and they don't really have to do these fight scenes as hard as they're doing them, because they could easily say, oh yeah, well, we'll do some close-ups, but just get the stunt doubles in. And where I think they did use stunt doubles, but it'd been one of them where the actor would have been fighting with the stunt double, so it still looks like both the actors are there, even though it might be just one of the actors there. But because I think there's a scene where I don't think it's Pierce Brosnan. Oh fucking Sean Bean, because there's some bits where it's like, oh yeah, but Trevelyan grabs Bond, like, and starts slamming him around the room and that sort of thing. But then Bond jabs him in the ribs, and then does an uppercut. Then knees Trevelyan in the head and gut and that sort of shit. Then throws him where this was looked like proper Sean Bean, where he does like a roll, goes for the gun, but Bond runs in and that, where Trevelyan jumps up and grabs him by the throat, headbutts him. Well, I think that might have been cut out in the 12 one, but I didn't even know about that one. Then, like, tries to, like, give him some rib punches, but Bond blocks both of them, sort of thing. Then Bond gets Trevelyan's arm in an arm lock where he slams him off a wall and that with a chain on it, and then fucking knees him in the face and that, where he's proper fucked up. That Bond goes to knees him in the face and that, proper fucked up. That then Bond goes to grab the Walter PKK sort of thing off the floor, but Trevelyan comes in and punches him, and then like pushes him onto the fucking side wall and bolts the gun out of his hand. Well, then he starts punching into his ribs. Then he grabs his throat and like slams him onto a table, but Bond grabs a chain, heavy chain off the table, sort of like tries to slam it into Trevelyan's face, but he's ducked. But when you see it, Sean Bean is just crouched down. It's a little bit ballsy though, because if Pierce Brosnan fucks up, Sean Bean could get cracked. But it's just one of them where Sean Bean's crouched down, and then Pierce Brosnan like throws a sort of like chain where his head would sort of like be if he was stood up, and it smacks off the wall and that, and then Sean Bean stands up and like when you fucking see it in fast motion and that, you can like believe, oh yeah, he ducked it because it's done quite fast and that. But when you see it in slow motion and that, then like, oh, you can tell he's already ducked under and that. But anyway, great fight scene though. Adds to the realism. Well, then Trevelyan starts like fucking punching Bond and that, where Bond goes to kick him, but Trevelyan grabs his leg and pushes him. Like, I can't remember if that was um, Pierce Brosnan. It might have been, but if it wasn't, it was one of them stunts where I can see why Pierce Brosnan didn't want to do this stunt. But anyway, he pushes him on the table where he falls off the end. Then Trevelyan grabs the Walter PK and that, points it at Bond. That's why I'm thinking the stunt dude did the stunt, and then they let Bond just come in, sort of thing. But maybe Pierce Brosnan was like, no, I want to do that stunt. Well, anyway, Trevelyan has a gun pointed at Bond and that. And fucking, he's saying, like, oh, yeah, I always was better than you, James, and that. Well, at this, James gets pissed off and that. Oh, yeah, he's only that because he's pretty fucked up, pretty good sort of makeup and all. The fight they have, you can believe that's how fucking Trevelyan would have ended up looking like, and Bond's fucked and all sort of thing. By the way, when he says I was better than you, Bond kicks this latch and that where the ladders go down. Trevelyan tries to shoot him, but he misses because he goes down real fast and that. Like, proper goes straight down to the bottom where he's probably hit, he's bruised a bit and that. So like when he hits the bottom, he gets jerked a bit in that way. It's like, oof, shit. But keeps hanging on though. Well, Trevelyan fucking knows he's out of ammo. And so he phones in, he radios in a fucking helicopter with a machine gun sort of thing. Well, then he slides down because Bond starts walking up and Trevelyan starts climbing down. And then he gets to a point where he just starts sliding down that he hits Bond. This is a good stunt. Like, this bit, I don't think Pierce Brosnan, no, well, I definitely know. Pierce Brosnan did not do this one. I definitely know. Like, if Pierce Brosnan did this stunt, it'd be like, fucking hell, Pierce. Fuck. He really got into the fucking Bond role. But anyway, he like falls down, but luckily enough catches the last uh, rail, the last ladder rail. That fucking Trevelyan like comes down, stamps on his fucking hand and that like fucking he's like hanging on, and then there's one big stamp that he fucking drops off and like nearly falls off but grabs on to a wire sort of thing. Then you see fucking the GoldenEye fucking EMP dis- distributor fucking machine fucking like burning up into space and that. Where Boris starts kicking off because he don't realise that because Bond stuck the pole in the antenna and it's like overeating and that and it's not moving. That's why he's not able to control the machine. But he's just thinking it's a technical problem. He's not thinking like, oh yeah. And even if he knew Bond had done that, I don't think he'd want to go up there and fix the problem anyways. He's just computer raging because he's not getting any fucking like response. And probably by this time, because like they're on this antenna thing that's wobbling like fuck. Well, not like fuck, but it won't be steady enough to beam sort of thing. You need it proper angled right, and that yeah that. By the way, well, Sean Beam he jumps down and starts to boot Bond and that, and then he grabs Bond over the fucking like side and that, and saying like, "I'm gonna sort of like okay kill you," sort of thing. Well, the the like chopper that Trevelyan phoned in or radioed in for. He sees, but then he sees fucking Natalia who was snuck in the back at last minute come out and put a gun in the back of the pilot's head, where Bond has an opportunity to headbutt him and then boot him off the side, and that ain't Trevelyan there. Sean Bean. This is where, yeah, this is not Sean Bean or fucking Pierce Brosnan doing this. But yeah, Bond kicks Trevelyan off, but catches his foot where he's hanging off and that. Now this will be like Pierce Brosnan and Sean Bean, even though there'll be a wire on Sean Bean because like they're not going to expect Pierce Brosnan to hold him for fucking a full sort of like 20 minutes or whatever, or how long would it take to film this shot with outtakes and fucking retakes or whatever. But it is them two, like, and Trevelyan says, "Are you gonna do it for England, James?" Sort of thing. Where James says, "No, I'm gonna do it for me," and then let's go of Trevelyan. Where this is a good bit where fucking those special effects where a camera has just been winched up, so and then superimposed or reversed sort of thing. It looks like he's falling, but anyway, he like hits the ground, bit fucked up, but still alive. Like I'm always surprised that he's still alive from that fall, but he is a fucking OO agent who would be quite fit in that. That maybe he doesn't die instantly. But oh yeah, it's funny because when you see Valiant dropping and that, you hear him like, ah, and then you hear, ah, by Boris, because he's fucking seen on his computer, because it's still giving him the fucking, like, um, coordinations and that shit. Or he just knows, like, fucking, by the time he knows, like, from when last time he saw it, like, yeah, it's fucking gone. Because then you see it, the GoldenEye EP EEMP dispute distributor blow up as it's going too fast into the Earth's orbit, and then because Natalia tells the pilot to go closer, and this is a good scene on the end of Nintendo's 64 GoldenEye when you see this, especially on the fucking hard levels, because it means you completed the game. Well, completed the mission, Bond missions of the storyline. Well, Bond, and if you played the game and completed it, you'll know, jumps onto the fucking helicopter, landing um, rails, and says, "Oh yeah, like let's fly, get the fuck out of here," sort of thing. Where they fly off, and then you see where the crank that had overheated and fucking because it was jammed and locked and that is fucking exploding, and then just takes down the full sort of like antenna, which starts to like fucking fall and that, but Bond has got to safety and that, and then it falls down where you see Trevelyan get like it right in his mouth apparently. Slow motion, that scene goes right in his mouth. I thought it was his chest, but no. Anyway, yeah, falls down, blows. Yeah, definitely dead now. There's no way he's surviving that. And Boris, because some like shit's been exploding and that, and with that falling, and I did like cause a bit of an earthquake or whatever. So, but Boris is shitting it a bit, but then he thinks he's all right. Where he stands up saying he's invincible and that, where liquid nitrogen for some reason, don't know if it was to keep the computer motherboards cool, but anyway, he had liquid nitrogen in this base that explode and like fucking goes all over fucking Boris, where then you see Boris as a like fucking cryogenically froze Boris. Oh, might be still alive in there, but he doesn't get survived anyway. um, Reese, well, anyway, yeah, he's dead. Well, anyway, Bond drops down from the helicopter. Then Natalia's stunt woman, because you can tell she's got bigger tits than Natalia, drops down. And then the helicopter flies off. they tell you is like seeing if Bond's okay, where he's a bit injured and that because he's been fighting with Talon and that. Where it starts to get a bit of a smooch on, where it could have led to a bit of a shag, but the Wade shouting "Hey Bond" and that, where he comes over, says like, "Oh yeah, yeah, he's back in that." See, it all went down, and then where it shows like where there's a lot of Marines in camouflage that pop up as command, where then Bond, like, all right, well, yeah, yeah, like, to like get a lift and that. So Bond's like, yeah, okay then, let's fucking get to. Oh yeah, that's what he says. He says, oh yeah, you two can get a room in Guantanamo Bay, sort of thing. As in, yeah, you can shag there. Bob's like, all right then, yeah. Well, where's the helicopter? And then Natalia's like, oh, I don't like helicopters and that. Even though she'd just been in one, but she did it for Bond. Well, Bond's like, oh yeah, well, come on then, let's get to the helicopter. You'll be all right and that. And then you see the Marines where. Oh, I don't think you saw Pierce Brosnan in there, but anyway, they fly off, and then the cast comes up where James Bond, Pierce Brosnan, Alec Trevelyan, Sean Bean, Natalia Simonovia, Isabella Scroll. Buckle. Fucking. I'd shag her though. Anyway, then Xena on the top. Fake me. Jansen. And Jack Wade, Joe Don Baker, Judy Dench, Valentin Zukovsky, Robert Coltrane, Dimitri Mishkin, Tichi Cario, Colonel Amorov, Gottfried John, and Boris Gizhenko, Alan Cummins, and then yeah, Kill Desmond Llewellyn, Moneypenny, Samantha Bond, Bill Tanner, Michael Kitchen, Carol, Sharina Gordon, and Savannah Duty Officer Simon Kurtz. I don't know exactly what part he played. But anyway, yeah. Then it had the memorial to someone, but I didn't know exactly what it was at all. So I think it was just for his work and that. Or it ends with James Bond will return, and it was Tomorrow Never Dies. Well, I'll have to look anyway to find out which one it is. But he didn't say it because they didn't know. But yeah, and that's the end. Great film, though. Great film. Dun 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 dun. Doo-doo! Dun 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 dun. But yeah. So see if anyone in the chat. Oh, Apex. Like, wow, battle against Sean Bean, yeah. It was a good fucking battle, though. Because Pierce Brosnan fucking no. Like, oh yeah, if I want to play more Bond, I'm gonna have to do some fucking good action. It's not gonna be a case of like, oh yeah, let's do some fucking shite fucking little fight scene, and it should get the fucking Bond crowd going. No, he knew like if he wanted a second Bond film, he'd have to get some good fucking action going. But yeah, great film though, great film. Fucking hell, nearly 5 hours. Well, I'll end it here then. But GoldenEye, great film. Loads of screenshots, loads of action. But yeah, well, thanks to Apex Comics popping in that and chat. Cheers, man. And thanks to Son of a Red Shirt. Cheers, man, for being the chat and that. And cheers to Cam Cam. Crash Course. Cheers, man, popping in chat and that. And yeah, cheers to Captain Cockney Spock. Popping in the chat and that, man. Yeah, cheers, right. And that's it. Oh no. And LDG. Cheers, man. Even though LDG just stayed for like 1 minute. Well, cheers for that minute, LDG, mate. Thanks. A minute's better than nothing, innit? But yeah, as I said, GoldenEye, great film. One of Pierce Brosnan's fucking best Bond and best movie he's done. Apart from the Bond films, like he's done Remington Steel, but they weren't films, and the other films, even though they were good films, I'm not saying there wasn't, because like there was a few good films Pierce Brosnan's done after fucking Gold, after the Bond run, but compared to GoldenEye, Bond, I reckon even Pierce Brosnan as GoldenEye is like his favorite film, even though it could be one of them where it might not have been his favorite film to make because he did all the action shit and he was having to take a few fucking bumps and bruises, I reckon. But his favorite film to watch, it'll probably will be like. That's it. Great fucking film. Great fucking film. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Before I fucking go, I'm gonna have to see what fucking film it's next week. Oh well, next Wednesday. So hopefully I'll be back to the Wednesday. Although if I fucking get caught up with the screenshots again, it might be a fucking Thursday. More. So yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies. Rare. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's only 4. I thought there was 5. But yeah, there's only 4. Pierce Brosnan's. Yeah. Yeah, so Tomorrow Never Dies is next week. Then after that, The World's Not Enough. And then Die Another Day, where Pierce looks fucking old and dies in 2 days where he's like, oh yeah, fuck it. I've had enough of this shit. Because he needed like a 10-year stint in that. If it hadn't done Casino Royale and they'd have done another fucking Bond film with Pierce Brosnan in, then yeah, he'd got an 11-year stint sort of thing. But Fucking Daniel Craig. You bastard. Only joking, Daniel. Well, so, yeah. Well, that's it. Thanks for watching. And it's Wednesday. Tomorrow never dies. So, hopefully that. So, thanks for watching. Cheers. Bye.